Chapter 9 of With Cortez in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. With Cortez in Mexico by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 9. Life in a Palace. Now, the young king exclaimed joyously, as soon as the party he had invited had assembled, and the silk hangings at the entrance of the door had been closed. Now we can talk at our ease. In the first place, what can I call you? My name is Roger Hawkshaw, Your Majesty. The king repeated the name. It is 2 words, Roger said. With us, people have 2 names, the one which is common to all the family, the other which is given particularly to each person. The name of my family is Hawkshaw. My own name is Roger. Your Majesty can call me by either one or by both. Long names were common in Mexico, and Roger Hawkshaw seemed by no means long to the king. Roger Hawkshaw shall be your name in public, he said. It has a strange, grand sound, and will impress the people. But I will call you Roger. This is my queen and first wife, Maclutha. This is my sister, Amenche. These are 2 of my oldest and ablest counselors. Both are great nobles, and have led the armies of my father to victory. These 4 young men are, as you see, my friends. They are the sons of 4 of my chief nobles, and have been brought up with me since we were children. Now tell us more about yourself and your people. The whole party took their seats upon the couches, half sitting, half reclining. Attendants brought in cocoa of many different flavors, confections, and tobacco. Roger took the cocoa, but refused the tobacco. "We do not know this herb in our country," he said. "That is a grave misfortune for you," the king remarked. "It is known and used by all peoples that we know of here. It was used by the people we found here when we came from the far north, and all the tribes there used it also. First, tell me what induced you to make this long journey across the sea." Roger had been expecting this question, and as he had already determined that he would, in all matters, adhere to the truth, he did not hesitate in his reply. "Your Majesty will understand that all the white peoples who dwell on the borders of the sea journey much in ships, which is the name we give to the floating castles. We do trade with many peoples. For example, there is, far to the south of us, a great land wholly inhabited by people who are quite black." A general exclamation of astonishment broke from the party. "They must be frightful!" the young queen exclaimed. "They are very ugly," Roger said, "with very wide mouths and very thick lips and flat noses, and instead of having long soft hair, they have only a short, curly sort of black wool on the top of their heads." "Have you seen them yourself?" asked Cacama, rather gravely. "I have seen some of them, sire," Roger replied. "I was in a ship that was attacked by others, manned by a people who live on the northern coast of this land, and who are themselves not black, but yellow, and they had with them several of these people of whom I speak, who were frightful in their ugliness, but who, to do them justice, fought bravely, though we managed at last to beat them off. I pray your Majesty not to doubt any facts that I may tell you, for in my country it is considered disgraceful to lie, and however extraordinary some of the things I may say may appear to you, I can assure you that they will all be absolutely true. They may seem to you hard to believe, but you must remember that things which are strange to us always seem wonderful. My own countrymen, for example, would find it hard to believe that there could be a people who took delight in drawing in the smoke of a burning vegetable and puffing it out again." "I will not doubt what you say in future," Cacama said. "Now continue what you were telling us." The white people are divided into nations, as are your people on this side of the water. Some, however, are much more powerful than others. While in times of peace all the ports of different countries are open to the ships of the others, there are 2 countries that claim the right over great seas, although as yet untraveled and unknown. But how can they claim such a right as that? One of the 2 chief counselors asked. Partly by the right that they have been the first to try to make discoveries in those seas. Secondly, because one of these countries is the strongest at the present time. And thirdly, because they have been confirmed in their claim by the Pope, who is the chief priest of all the religion that is held in common among all white people. To the Spaniards was assigned that vast space of water lying towards the setting sun. You do not belong to that nation? No, my country is called England. It is a great island divided into 2 kingdoms, of which ours is the larger. Are your people great fighters? Yes, we have fought many obstinate wars with the nation lying on the mainland opposite to us, and our men have beaten theirs when they have outnumbered us many-fold. But at present we are at peace. We found that, while we could beat them in battle, we could not continue to hold a country that lay separated from us by the sea. And you are friends with the Spaniards also? Yes, we have never warred with Spain, and our king has as his wife a princess of that country. Trading at Spanish ports, we learned that there was a rumor among the Spaniards that, far to the west, lay a great people possessing vast stores of gold and riches of all kinds, and so my father, who was the captain of one of these floating castles, determined to sail across the sea and, in spite of the Spaniards and their rules, endeavor to perform the adventure of discovering, if possible, this great nation. What would have happened if the Spaniards had met you as you passed through their waters? Had they succeeded in taking our ship, they would have killed us without mercy. But we had a strong crew, and would have matched ourselves willingly enough against any Spanish ship, however big, that interfered with us. And what became of your ship? She struck during a gale on the coast of Tabasco, and was dashed to pieces. My father and all on board were drowned. But God protected me, and I was thrown ashore unhurt, it being doubtless his intention that I should live to be the first white man to see your great country, and to bring to you the news of the white peoples beyond the sea. You know the story about our God, Quetzalcoatl, the king said, after a long pause. We had news that you knew all about him. We believe that his descendants will return hither to teach us many things. I am aware of it, sire. But do you know also that we of Tezcuco have reason to view the arrival of the whites with fear? My father, who was full of learning and wisdom, predicted when on his deathbed that a white people would shortly arrive from the sea, and would overthrow the Anahuac kingdoms. It is strange, indeed, that within 3 years of his death you should appear. It is strange, Roger agreed. Assuredly, your Majesty, your father's prophecy did not allude to my people. We are a comparatively small nation, and are not even masters of the whole of our island. We have not one ship to 50 that the Spaniards possess, and have no desire for foreign conquests. We are strong if attacked, and even Spain would find it a hard matter did she endeavor to conquer us. But we should not dream of challenging the rights she exercises over the seas to the west of her. Moreover, our climate is a cold one, and we should not be able to support with comfort the heat of a country like this. It is not from our nation that danger can ever approach you. But from the Spaniards? The king asked gravely. I cannot think, sire, that so great and powerful a nation as yours has reason to dread conquest by the Spaniards. But they are a mighty people. They have extended their rule over many peoples on the other side of the water, and they have captured many islands which lie not so very far from your shores." "How far away?" one of the old counselors asked. "A vessel with a favoring wind would sail to your coast thence in 12 or 14 days," Roger replied. There was a general exclamation of surprise and uneasiness from Roger's hearers. Many questions were asked him as to the number of men the Spaniards could put in the field. His answer somewhat reassured them. "Perhaps 2,000 would be the utmost they could send from these islands," he said, "though I know not the strength of their various garrisons. But from Spain they could, if they chose, send across the seas in their ships 10 times as many." "We could put over 200,000 in the field," the king said proudly. Roger was silent. "You do not think," the king went on after a pause, "that 20,000 of these men are to be feared by a host like ours?" "With equal arms and armor, no, your majesty. But with the advantage of their weapons, the fact that they are clad in armor which your spears and arrows and knives would be powerless to pierce, and that many of them would be mounted soldiers, whose rush and impetus in battle it is nigh impossible, even for white infantry who have no fear of the horses, and are themselves clad in armor, to withstand, and that they have, in addition, these terrible cannon of which I spoke to you. I think that should 20,000 of the Spaniards land here, they would be irresistible. However, I do not think that there is any chance of such an army being brought against you. Rich and powerful as Spain is, the expense of preparing such an expedition, and the ships required to carry it, would be so vast that I do not think she would undertake it. Moreover, she is always so occupied with wars at home that she could not spare such a force for a distant expedition, and I do not, therefore, think you have any ground for alarm in the present. I believe that in a very short time Spanish ships may arrive at your ports, and will open trade with your people. I wonder that they have not, long since, found their way here. Trade would be beneficent to both. They have many commodities that would be most useful to you. You have others that they would prize greatly." "What are our products they would most value?" the king asked. "First and most of all, gold," Roger said. "It is with us the scarcest and most valuable of metals, and all things are valued by it. As, with you, bags of cocoa are your standard of value, so with them are pieces of gold. A wide estate is worth so much gold. A ship, or a horse, or a suit of armor, so many pieces of gold. And so through everything. All your delicate embroidery work would be valuable in their eyes, as being strange and different to anything we possess, while on their side they could provide you with silks, and satins, and velvets, and cloths, and other fabrics new to you, to say nothing of arms and ironwork vastly superior to any you possess." One of the old counselors whispered something in the king's ear, and the latter said to the queen, "Maclutha, I would talk these matters over with my counselors. I am sure that you and my sister are longing to hear from Roger Hawkshaw all about the ladies of his race and their dresses and fashions. Take him, therefore, into your room while we discuss this matter here." The two ladies and Roger thereupon went into another apartment, similar in style to that which they had left. The conversation here took a light turn, unrestrained by the presence of the king and his counselors. They piled him with questions, which Roger answered to the best of his power. He was soon furnished with paper, pens, brushes, and paint, and he drew them several sketches, showing ladies in European fashions, which filled his companions with surprise. It seemed to them impossible that a woman could move with ease and comfort in so much clothing. Then he drew for them a noble in the court dress of the period, and also the figure of a knight in full armor. The last astonished them most of all. How could a man move and breathe, thus enclosed in metal? Roger admitted that, In a hot climate like that of Mexico, the heat would be terrible. But he pointed out that men so clad were carried on horses, and had no occasion for movement, save of their arms, which, as there were joints in the armor at the shoulder, could be moved in any way with freedom. There cannot be much bravery required to fight when protected in this way by metal, the Queen said. Numbers are killed, nevertheless, Roger replied. The armor, strong as it is, will not resist the missiles fired from cannon, and the helmets, that is, the part that protects the head, can be beaten in by blows with heavy maces. Moreover, when two parties similarly armed charge, the shock is so terrible that horses and riders are alike thrown to the ground, and when thrown down, they may be trampled to death by the horses or killed by footmen before they can recover their feet. Still, there are many who think that some day armor will be given up altogether, for the guns are being improved constantly, and when the balls sent by those carried by footmen are able to pierce any armor, it will no longer be any protection whatever. "And these ladies of yours," the Princess Amenche asked, "are they very pretty? Because these matters are more to our taste than these ugly arms." "They differ much from each other, just as they do here," Roger said. "Some are homely, and others are pretty." "Are their eyes always blue, and their hair of a bright color like yours?" "Oh, no. There is a great difference. Some have hair almost as light as flax. Some almost as dark as yours, but not quite so dark. Some have hair almost exactly the color of gold. Some a red, like the fringe of your garments. Then there are many shades of brown, between red and black. The eyes vary in the same way. People with light hair and golden and red have either gray or blue eyes. Those with brown hair of different shades have brown eyes, sometimes light and sometimes dark brown." "How strange it must be," the girl laughed, "to see people with hair of so many colors. And which do you like best, Roger Hawkshaw?" "At the present moment, Princess, I cannot imagine any color more beautiful than a deep, glossy black." The girl colored through her hazel skin. "Ah, you know how to flatter in your country also." Roger was about to reply when a message was brought from the king, desiring them to return to the next room. "We have been taking all these things that you have told us into grave consideration," the king said when they were seated, "and have concluded that it will be for the best that this matter of these Spaniards should remain an absolute secret, and that no word shall be spoken to a single person, however dear, by any of those who have heard it. The country has long been in a disturbed state, and constant expeditions are necessary for ourselves and for Mexico to suppress risings and put down outbreaks of discontent. Were the news to be whispered about that there is a strange, terrible white people within but a short distance of our shores, the result would be disastrous. Men's minds would become unsettled, their ordinary employment would be neglected, all sorts of dismal forebodings would seize them, the very worship of the gods might be affected, and instead of being able, should the time of danger ever come, to meet our invaders boldly and fearlessly, they would find us disorganized and disheartened, and our power of resistance greatly diminished. You, Roger Hawkshaw, have told us everything with frankness. We feel that every word you have spoken is true, and that you have a real feeling of friendliness towards us, and that your sympathies are with us rather than with the people of this other white nation. But others would not see it so. Even as it is, there is sure to be a party against you. Were it known that a nation, possibly hostile, of your color, were but a short distance away, nothing could save you. You would be sacrificed at once to the gods. Therefore, as, for the sake of the nation, we have decided that what you have told us shall remain a profound secret to ourselves. So, for your own sake, we pray you henceforth to say nothing to any of what you have told us. Let men think what they like as to how you have reached our shores. Preserve a sort of mystery as to yourself. There is no reason why you should not speak, but even then guardedly, of the wonders of the land inhabited by white men, many months' sail across the seas. But it were best that as little should be said as possible. Montezuma is sure to wish to see you, but before you visit him, we will again take counsel together." "I will, to the best of my power, carry out your Majesty's orders," Roger said. "I fully recognize their wisdom. Indeed, neither at Tabasco nor upon the journey, either to the merchants or your envoys, have I said a word respecting the Spaniards. But I thought that it was but right that you should know the truth of the matter, especially when you told me of the prediction of your royal father. In future, when I am asked questions, I can always fall back upon silence and reply truly, 'I am forbidden to tell this.'" "That will do excellently," the king said. "There is but one point connected with you now that puzzles us, a point which, before you came, confirmed us in the belief that there was something supernatural in your character. How is it that you have come to understand and speak our tongue?" Roger smiled. "To anyone else, your Majesty, I should have replied, 'I am forbidden to answer that question.' But I wish not to have any mystery with you. During the time I was at Tabasco, I was waited upon by a Mexican slave girl, who taught me her tongue." The king burst into a hearty laugh, in which even the grave councilors joined, at this simple solution at what had appeared to them so strange a mystery. "Cuit cadi," the king said to one of the young nobles. "I hand over Roger Hawkshaw to your charge. You see you need not be afraid of him, and he will throw no spells over you. Show him all there is to see in the city, but go not far away, for we shall have frequent occasions to speak to him. He will have a seat in the council, and at our own table. See that all know that we most highly esteem and desire to honor him." Bowing deeply to the king, queen, and princess, Roger followed the young noble into whose charge he had been given. For a long time they continued their way down passages and corridors, until it seemed to Roger that it was a town rather than a building that he was traversing. At last his conductor pushed aside a hanging and entered an apartment. "These are my rooms," he said. "You are now master here. All the nobles of the council, and those whom the king wishes to have about his person, have suites of apartments in the palace. I hope some day to have the pleasure of entertaining you on my own estate, which lies a day's journey away to the northeast of the lake. Now, you will doubtless be glad to retire to rest at once, for you have had a long and weary time." So saying, he led the way into a small chamber, leading out of the larger one. Here a luxurious couch was arranged, and it was not many minutes before Roger was asleep, for he was indeed completely worn out, and was too much fatigued even to think over the strange position in which he found himself. He woke early, for upon his journeys the caravan had always started at daybreak, so as to get as much as possible of the journey done before the heat of the day set in. For a moment he wondered vaguely where he was, and then, as recollection returned to him, he leaped from his couch, threw back the hangings before the window, and gazed out. Glass was unknown in Mexico, nor was it a requisite in the balmy climate of the valley. The prospect was a charming one. Before him lay a garden, more beautiful than any he had ever beheld. It was filled with shrubs and flowers, and a delightful perfume filled the air. Fountains of bright water threw their jets high above the sweet-scented groves and shrubberies. Several large ponds glistened in the morning sun. On some of these were islands, accessible by light bridges, and on the islands were fanciful pavilions. Waterfowl floated on the surface of the ponds, or stalked fearlessly on the marble pavement that surrounded them. The songs of innumerable birds filled the air. Roger was gazing in delight at the scene when Cuitcatl's voice saluted him. "You are up betimes. Are you ready for your bath, or will you take some chocolate first?" "Bath first, please," Roger replied, and his guide led the way across the large room, and, drawing a hanging aside, showed Roger into a bathroom. The walls and floors were entirely covered with marble. In the center was a bath, some 7 feet square, with a stream of water running into it from the mouth of a grotesque animal's head. "Every apartment has its bathroom," Cuitcatl said. "The water runs for an hour after sunrise only, but it can be turned on at any hour. It seems a waste, but we are far above the lower portion of the garden, and the water, therefore, runs into a tank, and thence works the fountains there. Would you like your attendant to rub you in the bath, or when you come out of it? For both methods are in use with us." Roger declined both alternatives, and it was not very long before he rejoined his companion in the central apartment. Chocolate, light cakes, and fruit were at once served. "We had best visit the gardens first, before the sun gains too much power. There are charming arbors and pavilions in shady spots for taking one's ease at the middle of the day, but for walking about the early hours are the best." The gardens were of great extent, and Roger was surprised at the extreme fearlessness of the innumerable birds of all kinds that seemed to regard them as their natural home. "Why should they not be fearless?" Cuitcatl said when he expressed his surprise. "They have never been frightened, and regard all who come here as their friends, rather than as their enemies. They have abundance of the food which they love best. They make their nests among the plants or in the trees, which they would use were they wild. The ponds are full of fish, and the water birds can find a far richer supply here than elsewhere. When the ladies come, the birds flock around them and settle on their heads and shoulders, and take crumbs of sweet cake from their hands. Many birds must, of course, be caged, and you will see that there are large aviaries scattered here and there in the garden. In these are the hawks and eagles, and many other birds which could not be tamed so far as to remain in the garden unconfined." After wandering for nearly 2 hours in the garden, they returned to the palace, and afterwards went down to the marketplace, which was crowded, as it was the 5th day of the week. Cuitcatl had taken with them 6 officials of the palace to clear the way and prevent the people from crowding in upon them. Roger was struck with the orderly demeanor of the people. They seemed merry and lively, but their mirth was of a quiet kind, and there was everywhere an air of decorum and gentleness, in strong contrast to that of a European crowd. "Why," he said to himself, "there is more noise at home when 2 or 3 boats come in laden with pilchards than is made by all these thousands and thousands of people." There was no pressing or pushing, and the order of the officials, "Make way for the king's guest, the great Roger Hawkshaw," was at once obeyed, and the people drew aside, gazing at him curiously but respectfully, and saluting as if to one of their own great nobles. The market was an extensive square, surrounded by deep porticos, and each description of merchandise had its allotted quarter. In one was seen cotton piled up in bales, or manufactured into dresses and articles of domestic use, such as tapestry, curtains, and coverings. The goldsmiths had a quarter assigned to them. There Roger admired bracelets, necklaces, and earrings, delicately chased and carved, together with many curious toys made in imitation of birds and fishes, with scales and feathers alternately of gold and silver, and with movable heads and bodies. In another quarter were the stores of the potters, with dishes and plates, cups and basins of every degree of fineness, for the use of poor and rich, vases of wood elaborately carved, varnished, or gilt. Near these Roger examined some hatchets made of copper, alloyed with tin, and as he felt the hardness of the metal, thought to himself that the natives, if informed as to the size and proportions of cannon, would have no difficulty in founding those weapons. Then there were certain shops devoted to the sale of articles needed by soldiers, the helmets fashioned into the shape of the head of some wild animal, with grinning teeth and bristling crest, the quilted doublets of cotton, the rich surcoats of feather, mail and weapons of all sorts, copper-headed lances and arrows, and the broad Mexican sword with its sharp blade of itztli, a hard polished stone which served many of the purposes of steel to the Aztecs. Of this material were the razors made, with which barbers were engaged in operating in their booths. Many shops were well provided with drugs, roots, and different medicinal preparations, for Mexico abounded in medicinal plants, and the study of their uses was considered one of the most useful of the sciences, and in this respect the Mexicans were considerably in advance of the people of Europe. There were shops for the sale of blank books or rolls for the hieroglyphic picture writing. Under some of the porticos were hides, raw and dressed, and various articles for domestic or personal use made of leather. Animals, both wild and tame, were offered for sale, and near them Roger saw a gang of slaves with collars round their necks, and these were also, Cuitcatl told him, for sale. The portion of the market devoted to the sale of provisions was a large one. Here were meats of all kinds, domestic poultry, game from the neighboring mountains, and fish from the streams, together with an immense variety of fruit, green vegetables, and maize. Here were ready-cooked foods for immediate use, sold hot to passers-by, and eaten as they stood, with stalls of pastry of many kinds, bread, cakes, and confectionery, chocolate flavored with vanilla and other spices, and pulque, prepared with many varying flavors, tempted the passers-by. All these commodities, and every stall and portico, were set out and well nigh covered with flowers. After leaving the market, Roger proceeded with his companion to the edge of the lake. It was dotted with countless canoes, traversing it in all directions, filled with people passing to and fro between the great capitals or neighboring cities, bent either upon pleasure or trade. After feasting his eyes for a considerable time upon the lovely and animated scene, Roger returned with his companion to the palace. In the afternoon there was a great gathering of nobles at the palace, to enable a far wider circle than those assembled the evening before to see and hear the king's white guest. One of the old councillors, who had been present at the previous meeting, acted as questioner, and this enabled Roger to escape certain queries to which he would have had difficulty in replying. And while the assembly heard much of the various wonders of the white people, they learned nothing of the manner in which the stranger had reached their shores, or the object of his coming, and at the end the general impression that remained upon them was that he was a mysterious and supernatural being, who had come to teach the people new arts and inventions. When the meeting was over, Roger retired again to the private apartments, and entertained the ladies there with many details of European life and manners, and by sketching for them houses and ships and other objects they demanded. 2 hours later, Cacama came in. He was evidently vexed and anxious. "I am sorry to say, Roger Hawkshaw," he said, "that tomorrow you must accompany me across the lake to Mexico. I have had 4 dispatches today from my uncle Montezuma. He blames me for having permitted you to enter the city before consulting the priests at his capital. You know they are all powerful there. Montezuma, with all his pride and haughtiness, is but their humble servant. He says that sacrifices have been offered up, and that the auguries are unfavorable, and that the priests proclaim your presence to be a danger to Mexico. I have no doubt that, when they see you, this opinion will be changed, and I shall do my best to prepare the way for you. I have already sent a private messenger to the high priest, speaking in the highest terms of you, and strengthening my recommendation by some valuable presents, to which priests are not more than other men inaccessible. Roger saw, by the look of dismay upon the faces of the Queen and the Princess, that they considered the news very grave. "Must he go?" the Queen asked, in a low voice. "How can it be helped?" Cacama replied. "Montezuma is supreme, and he and the priests together are all powerful. Roger is not like other men. Were he so, I would tell him when night comes to fly, and Cuitcatl would risk the consequences, I am sure, and act as his guide. But being as he is, where could he go, or where could he hide? Were it known in the morning that he was missing, 100 messengers from Mexico would carry the news to every town and village in the country. Even if we color his skin and his hair, his height would attract attention, for he is taller by half a head and broader by far than any Mexican. But even did he, by traveling by night and hiding by day, get at last beyond the boundaries of our kingdoms, what would then be his fate? To die of hunger or thirst, or to be slain by wild tribes? What say you, Roger Hawkshaw? Will you risk these unknown dangers, or will you go to Montezuma tomorrow?" "Were I sure that the priests would decide against me, and that I should be sacrificed to their great idol, I would risk death in any other form rather than that," Roger replied. "But it may be that when they see I have no evil intentions, and neither thought nor power of injuring Mexico, they may lay aside their animosity against me." "They do not believe that you will injure Mexico," Amanche said passionately. "They only want you for a sacrifice. They think that a being so strange and rare as a white man would be, of all, the most acceptable victim to their god." "My brother, do not let him go," and the girl burst into tears. "My little sister," Cacama said tenderly, "you know that I am powerless in the matter. In my grandfather's time, he would have answered a demand that a guest of his should be given up by a message of defiance. But times have changed since then, and the greater part of my kingdom no longer remains to me. My brother, who disputed my right to the throne, reigns over a large portion of it. Montezuma has seized fertile provinces. I am little more than the lord of a city, and could offer no resistance, for a single day, to the power of the emperor. But you must remember that, as yet, we do not know that the priests will decide against him. I myself shall go with him, and I have already, as I have told you, taken some steps to incline the priests in his favor. When I arrive there tomorrow, I will exert myself personally. I have many friends among the highest at Montezuma's court, and will also pray these to use their influence. Should I fail, all will not be lost. It is likely that, if they decide upon sacrificing you, Roger, they will make you the victim to the god Tezcatlipoca, the soul of the world. For him is always chosen the captive most distinguished for his appearance. For a year he is treated as the representative of the god. He is nobly cared for. He is attended by a train of royal pages, is worshipped by the people as he passes through the street, and is feasted at the tables of the nobles. Were you selected for this, as we consider it great honor, there would be at least a year before you, and you might then, in some manner, make your escape beyond our boundaries. At any rate, some time is sure to elapse before your fate will be determined upon, and I can promise that I will do all in my power to aid you to escape, should you determine upon flight." "I thank you most heartily," Roger said. "I have no fear of death in battle, but to me it would be very horrible to be put to death as a victim, on a festival. And I would rather escape, and drown myself in the lake, than that such should be my fate. Still, if it must be so, it must, and I trust that I may behave as befits an Englishman in such an extremity." Amenche here stepped forward to her brother, and spoke earnestly in his ear. "My sister reminds me," he said, that we have sometimes another form of sacrifice, and that if I can do naught else, I might be able to persuade the priests to pronounce in favor of that. It is only adopted in the case of a captive of distinction, who, instead of being sacrificed, is sometimes matched against a number of Mexicans. The combat takes place on a great circular stone, in the sight of the whole city. The captive is provided with arms, and meets his opponents one by one. If he defeat them all, which has more than once happened in our history, he is allowed to go free. "That would suit me best by far," Roger said eagerly. "I have no doubt but that I should be killed. Still, I should die in fair fighting against numbers, and it would be no worse than if I had fallen fighting the Moorish pirates on the deck of our ship." "I should think that it could be managed," Cacama said. "I should tell them that, at present, none could say whether you were a superhuman being or no, and that it might bring some misfortune upon the nation were a messenger of the gods put to death. This trial would prove that. If the gods protected you, you would triumph. If they were not on your side, you would be defeated." "I should do my best," Roger said quietly. "I have been well taught the use of arms, and in our long voyage here we practice daily. In point of skill I could hold my own with any on board, though there were many to whom I was but a child in point of strength. In that matter, however, I have doubtless gained much since then." "I shall be thankful indeed, Prince, if you can persuade them to fix on this mode of execution for me, and I thank you very gratefully, Princess, for suggesting it." They talked for some time longer, and then Roger retired to his apartment. The next morning, soon after sunrise, he embarked with Cacama in a canoe, paddled by 6 rowers. "My wife and sister bade me say farewell to you," Cacama said. "They are sorely grieved at your going, and hope that you may return with me this afternoon. But if not, they bade me say that they will do all that is in their power. And women can exert influence, as well as men, on your behalf." It was a long row across the lake to Mexico. Large as the population of Tezcuco, which was estimated by the Spaniards to contain 120,000 inhabitants, that of Mexico was fully 3 times as great. As Montezuma had not yet determined upon the course which was to be pursued towards this mysterious stranger, the people had not been informed of his coming. A strong guard of soldiers, with several officers of the palace, met the party upon its landing, surrounded them, and marched quickly through the streets to the palace. The buildings resembled those of Tezcuco, and were massive and solid in character, but were not, Roger thought, grander or more splendid than those in the rival capital. The town was intersected by canals, and the bridges across these could be raised, adding largely to the defensive power of the place. Upon reaching the palace, the soldiers drew back, and the palace guard took charge of the party and led them into a large apartment, where they waited until the emperor was ready to receive them. Presently 2 court officials entered, and, placing a mantle of coarse cotton over Roger, signed to him to take off his sandals. Cacama had already informed him that even the highest nobles of the land, with the exception of those of royal blood, were obliged to enter Montezuma's presence in this attire, as emblematic of their humility. He also charged Roger that it was the etiquette that all should keep their eyes fixed on the ground until addressed by Montezuma. Accompanied by Cacama, Roger followed the officials. Passing through several corridors, they entered a vast hall. Roger was aware that at the farther end the emperor was seated, surrounded by a numerous body of nobles. But the instant he entered the room, he followed the instructions of Cacama and saluted to the ground, and then advanced with downcast eyes until the officials by his side ordered him to pause. Montezuma was a victim of superstition, and had been seriously discomposed at the news of the arrival of this mysterious visitor. the more so that the priests themselves were unable to decide whether this visit was a good or evil augury. As he looked at the tall figure before him, with its strange colored skin and hair, and the air of independence and fearlessness that was visible in the pose, notwithstanding the downcast eyes, he could not but be favorably impressed, despite his fears. "You are welcome to our court," he said, "if you come in peace and goodwill." "I come in peace and goodwill to your Majesty and your empire," Roger said. "We have heard that you come from far beyond the seas, where dwell a people having strange ways, who live in floating castles, and who fight with weapons making thunder." Roger bowed. "Your Majesty has been correctly informed." "Do the people there worship the same gods that we do?" "They do not, your Majesty. The people there worship the one great God, the God of the skies, the air, and the earth." "And that God sent you hither?" Montezuma asked. "Assuredly, sire. He directs all things." "Each country has its gods. The gods of Mexico have given us victory over all the peoples from sea to sea." Roger bowed. He did not feel called upon to contradict the emperor. "How is it that you came alone to this land?" "I wished to see it," Roger said, "reports of its greatness and power having reached across the seas. Had I come with others, it might have been thought that I came as an enemy, but coming alone, and without arms, it could not be suspected that my intentions were other than friendly." Montezuma appeared impressed with this answer. The audience lasted for upwards of half an hour, Montezuma asking many questions about the ships, the arms, the mode of government, and other matters among the white people. He then bowed his head. The official signified that the audience was over, and that Roger was to retire. As he had been instructed by Cacama, he withdrew, keeping his face to the emperor. He was conducted to a different apartment. Here a table was laid, and he was served by attendants of the court, who, however, made no reply to any questions he asked them, and had evidently received orders to hold no verbal communication with him. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of With Cortez in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. With Cortez in Mexico by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 10, News from the Coast. It was with a feeling of pleasure and relief that, after some hours, Roger saw the hangings drawn aside and Cacama enter. "Come, my friend, the council is over, and you may return with me." Cacama was evidently anxious to be off at once, and Roger followed him without a question. One of the pages of the palace led the way through a long series of passages, and at last Roger found himself outside the palace, where a door opened into a canal. Here Cacama's boat was lying. The young king and Roger took their seats, and the canoe dashed off at once. "It has been a hard fight in the council," Cacama said. "No two men were of the same opinion. Even the priests were divided among themselves, and Montezuma was as undecided at the end as he was at the beginning, so that the decision is postponed. Then the question arose, were you going to be treated as a guest or as a prisoner? And this I settled by saying that I would take you back with me to Tezcuco and produce you whenever required. So in order to avoid excitement among the people, I sent word for the boat to be brought round to that quiet entrance to the palace, by which means we avoided passing through the streets altogether. At one time it seemed to me that the decision would go against you, on the ground that, had you been a supernatural being, you would have had new arts to teach the people. Fortunately, I had brought with me the pictures you made for my wife and sister, and these I showed them. I pointed out that they were altogether different from the work of our own scribes, that these drew stiff images that looked like representations, not of men and animals, but of wooden creatures, while in your drawings it seemed as if the men and animals were moving across the paper, and that, were you to teach our scribes thus to portray objects, it would make a profound alteration in Mexican art. This made a great impression upon them. Many of the nobles belonging to the Council of Education were present, and Montezuma himself is fond of art. All were greatly struck with your paintings, and these certainly went a long way towards strengthening my party. When we get back, you shall do some pictures of things such as they see here and are accustomed to. Perhaps you could do even better still, if you were to try." "I could make much more finished pictures," Roger said. "These were only sketched off in haste, and with such colors as came to hand. But if I had pigments, and could mix the colors as I wanted them, I could produce very much better effect." Roger, as a child, had been placed by his father, during the latter's long absences from home, at a school kept by some monks at a monastery at Plymouth, in order that he might learn to read and write, as these accomplishments would be of great use to him as a master mariner. His fondness for painting attracted the attention of one of the old monks who illuminated missals, and he had permitted him to copy many of the manuscripts in the monastery, and had given him instructions in the art. He had, indeed, been so struck with the talent the boy showed, that he told Reuben Hawkshaw that if he would let his son devote himself to art, he would make a famous painter. The sailor had scoffed at the idea, and Roger himself, fond as he was of painting, would have been reluctant to abandon the idea of going to sea. The instructions he had obtained, however, up to the age of 12, when he went on his first voyage with his father, had been of great assistance to him. Thanks to his natural talent, his visits to the churches at the various ports at which the ship touched, and to the fact that he had plenty of time on board to practice the art, his pictures were surprisingly good, and had excited a great deal of attention on the part of the friends and acquaintances of Master Diggory Beggs. Upon his return to Tezcuco, Cacama ordered the scribes to furnish him with large sheets of the best paper, brushes, and pigments. The colors were all bright and glaring ones, but by mixing them, and adding some somber dyes he obtained in the market, Roger succeeded in getting the required tints. Taking his place in the garden, at a point where he commanded the lake near at hand, dotted with canoes, and the city of Mexico, with its background of hills, in the distance, Roger set to work. To the surprise of the scribe, who had been ordered to assist him, he mixed the colors with oil instead of water, and then began his pictures. He worked as long as there was sufficient light, and recommenced it the next morning, directly after sunrise, and continued at work all day, and by evening had finished the picture, 3 feet by 2, which, although it would not be considered remarkable in Europe, excited the most lively admiration on the part of Cacama and the ladies. He explained to the king that, as he had none of the spirit that was used in conjunction with the oil to make it dry rapidly, it would be some days before the picture would be sufficiently dry to be touched. Cacama, however, sent it off the next morning, under charge of his principal scribe, to Montezuma, who sent back word that he was astonished, indeed, at this work of art, which seemed to him to be almost magical, and he sent in return a large golden goblet to Roger, in token of his satisfaction. Cacama was summoned to a council on the following day, and returned, saying that the picture had quite turned the scale in Roger's favor, that it had been examined by the chief scribes and the men of science, who all agreed that no such thing had been seen before, and that a person who was thus able to turn, as it were, a leaf of paper into a mirror, To fix upon it the representation of scenes just as the eye beheld them, must be possessed of powers altogether strange and supernatural. They desired to know whether he would teach his methods to some of the chief scribes of the emperor. Cacama warmly congratulated Roger on the result. "You are now safe for the present, at any rate," he said, "and the priests are silenced. You may have trouble in the future, but for the time Montezuma's love of art has overcome his doubts and fears as to good and evil omens. Shall I have to take up my residence in Mexico?" "I hardly think so," Cacama replied. "Tezcuco is still acknowledged the center of the arts and sciences of Anahuac. Here are the best schools of the scribes, and they come here to be instructed in hieroglyphic writing from all parts of the kingdom. Moreover, in that way Montezuma will have less uneasiness concerning you. He will think that, even if the omens be unfavorable, there will be no danger so long as you are at a distance from his capital. Therefore, I think he is more likely to order some of the scribes to take up their residence here, for a time, than he is to bid you to cross to teach them there." Such, in fact, was the purport of the message received from Montezuma on the following day. 6 of the most accomplished scribes of Mexico were to proceed at once to Tezcuco, there to be instructed in the new art. And the next day Roger found himself established in a room in the palace with the 6 Aztec scribes, and 6 of those most celebrated for their skill in Tezcuco. Some attendants were told off to mix colors under his directions, and to purchase for him, in the market, all kinds of dyes and colors he might require. A male and female slave were, at Roger's request, placed at his service to act as models, and the attendants had orders to fetch, from the cages and aviaries, any beasts and birds he might desire to copy. Roger had, at first, some difficulty in preserving his gravity at thus undertaking charge of an art school. At first he confined himself to sketching, from the models, with a burnt stick on the white paper, and in seeing that his pupils did the same. Their drawing had hitherto been purely conventional. They had always drawn a man in a certain way, not because they saw him so, but because that was the way in which they had been taught to draw him, and he had great difficulty in getting them to depart altogether from these lines, and to draw the model exactly as he stood before them. What he called his school hours lasted but 4 hours a day, and as he did this work in the middle of the day, when it was too hot to go out, but very pleasant in the rooms with their thick walls and semi-shaded windows, it interfered but little with his daily life. He had now a set of apartments next to those of Cuitcatl, with attendants to wait upon him. But his time was spent as much in the young noble's rooms as in his own. In the morning they walked together, either in the town or beyond its walls. In the evening they spent hours upon the lake, sometimes in large canoes, with gay parties, the boats decked with flowers, while at a short distance another boat with musicians followed in their wake. The melody, which was by no means agreeable to Roger when close, coming softly across the water. With Cuitcatl as a guide, Roger visited the schools where the young nobles were educated, and which reminded him much of that at which he had, for 5 or 6 years, been taught. He also frequently witnessed the drilling of the soldiers. This was of a very simple character, consisting principally in teaching them to move together in masses, and to shoot with a bow. The bows were light and the arrows small, and Roger thought that they could scarcely be very formidable weapons, even against men clad in quilted cotton, for although they might wound and annoy, they could seldom kill. One evening, about 5 months after his arrival, Roger had just returned from an excursion upon the lake, and he and Cuitcatl were seated in the latter's rooms, sipping chocolate, when the hangings of the door were drawn aside suddenly, and Amenche entered. With an exclamation of surprise, the 2 young men rose to their feet and saluted deeply. "You must fly," she exclaimed to Roger, "and at once. The royal boat has just come from Mexico, with 2 nobles and a guard. They have orders to carry you back with them. The news has arrived that several floating castles, filled with white men with strange arms and animals, have arrived on the coast. Secret council has been held, and Montezuma is full of alarm. The priests have decided that you are undoubtedly a spy, and must be sacrificed at once to the gods. I happened to be behind the hanging, heard what was said, and hurried away to warn you. There is not a moment to lose. Go round to the garden, and conceal yourself in the shrubbery near the Eagle House. I will tell Cacama where you are, and he will come or send down to you to say what had best be done, and where you are to go. Do not delay an instant. The orders were urgent, and they will be here in a minute or 2 to seize you. Not a word, now. Go. I must not be found here. I will see you again." And she was gone. "Come, my friend," Cuitcatl said. "There is evidently not a moment to be lost." Roger ran into his room, emptied from a drawer where they were lying the gold ornaments and presents he had received, and tied them in a cloth, caught up his sword, and then, with Cuitcatl, hurried down the passage. Just as they reached the end, they saw a party appear at the other extremity, preceded by an official carrying torches. "We are but just in time," the young noble said. "The princess has saved your life." In 2 or 3 minutes they were in the garden, and keeping carefully in the shade of the shrubs, so as to escape the view of any who might be sitting at the windows, or on the flat roof of the palace, enjoying the lovely evening and the bright moonlight. They made their way cautiously down to the Eagle House, which lay at the other end of the garden, nearly half a mile from the palace. The whole thing had come so suddenly upon Roger that he could scarcely believe, even now, that his pleasant and tranquil time had come to an end, and he was in danger of being dragged away and instantly sacrificed. Scarce a word was spoken till they reached the spot indicated. Close to this grew a large patch of bamboos. "We will take refuge here, for the present," Cuitcatl said. "It is hardly likely they will search the gardens at night. It would need an army to do so thoroughly. If we hear footsteps approaching, we can take refuge inside, and meantime let us seat ourselves here. These must be the people you told us of the first night you came." "No doubt they are so. But, Cuitcatl, you had best return at once to your chamber. You will be missed as well as I shall, and it would be suspected that you had a share in my flight. And if I should make my escape, the Emperor's vengeance may fall on you. Pray, leave me at once. I should be most unhappy if my misfortunes brought trouble upon you. You have been like a brother to me since I came here." "I should not think of leaving you," the young noble said firmly. "But you can do me more good by going, Cuitcatl. You will see what is taking place there, and may throw them off the scent. While here, you can do me no good whatever, and indeed might do me harm. Were I found here with you, I should be forced to surrender without striking a blow, for I should be afraid to resist, lest I should bring harm upon you. Whereas, if I am alone, I would fight to the death rather than surrender. Besides, you will be able to consult the princess, and can bring down such things as you may consider will aid me in my flight, though how I am to escape the search there will be after me is more than I can guess. Pray, go at once, for the sooner you go, the sooner you can bring me back news of what is being done up there." Cuitcatl saw the justice of Roger's reasoning. "I may, at least, throw them off the scent," he said, "and see about preparing for your flight. You promise to hide in the bamboos there, if searchers should come in this direction?" "Certainly I do. I will do all in my power to conceal myself, and will only fight if there be no other way." Cuitcatl at once glided noiselessly off, keeping as before in the shadow of the bushes. For an hour and a half Roger remained alone. He was sitting under the shadow of the bamboos, and could in a moment withdraw himself among them. At last he thought he heard a slight noise, and drew back towards the thick canes. A moment later, however, he stepped forward, as a figure he at once recognized advanced across a patch of moonlight from the next clump of shrubs. "All is well so far," Cuitcatl said. "Directly I entered the palace, an attendant told me that I was being inquired for, and I proceeded straight to the royal apartments. Montezuma's messengers were there. They at once asked me if I had seen you. I said yes, that we had been walking together, but that you had not returned with me, as you said that the night was so lovely you should remain out for some time longer. They asked me if I could lead them to where you were, but I said that you had not told me which way you should go, and you might, for aught I knew, have taken a canoe and gone for a moonlight row on the lake, as was often your custom. Orders have been issued to the city guard to arrest you immediately, wherever you might be found, and the envoys themselves started at once, with the guard they had brought with them, to the waterside. Up to that time, Cacama, who had not left them, was in ignorance what had become of you, and I could see he was anxious and much troubled. 'Do you know where he is?' he asked me, as soon as we were alone. 'Would it not be better, your Majesty,' I said, 'that you should remain in ignorance? Should he escape, Montezuma will be furious, and it might be well that you should be able to affirm, on your oath, that you knew nothing of him, and were in no way privy to his escape.' 'But is there a chance of his escaping?' he asked. 'We will do what we can,' I said, 'and we can do no more. With a disguise, a guide, and arms, Roger Hawkshaw may be able to make his way through the country, in spite of Montezuma and his army. I should think that the best thing will be to get him into a small canoe, take him to the end of the lake, and land him near Tepechpan. Then he can strike up north, take to the hills there, and then journey east. All the roads direct from here will be so guarded that it will be impossible to get through. The search will be close everywhere. But there will be more chance of escape on that line than from here.' 'But how about the guide? Whom can we trust?' 'I have one of my hunters in the town. He brought some game down from my estate today, and was not to return until tomorrow. I know where he lodges. He is a brave fellow, and carried my banner in the last campaign.' 'You will let me know before he starts?' the king asked. 'I will, your Majesty. The moon will not be down for 3 hours yet, and he cannot attempt to fly until it has set.' As I left the royal apartment, one of the female attendants came up and, putting her finger on her lip, signed to me to follow her. I did so, and she led me to the apartment where the queen and Princess Amenche were awaiting me. 'You have left your friends safe, Cuitcatl?' the queen said. 'The princess has told me the part she has taken in the affair. It was foolish, but I cannot blame her, though if Montezuma knew by whose means the prey had slipped from his fingers, the least she could expect would be to be ordered to retire, for life, to one of the temples. Have you formed any plans?' I told her what I had thought of. 'That seems as good a plan as any other,' she said. 'He will need paints to disguise himself, the dress of a peasant, and arms.' 'He has his sword,' I said. 'He cannot take that. Its golden handle would betray him at once. A heavy woodman's axe and a bow and spear would be the most suitable.' 'He shall have them,' I said. 'My hunter shall take them and place them in the canoe, in readiness.' 'What are you going to do now?' 'I am going first into the town to give my hunter his instructions, and bid him be at the lake entrance to the gardens half an hour after the moon has set. I shall want the key of the gate. Next I shall go down and tell Roger what preparations have been made, and then return here, for it is best I should be seen in the palace. Then, just as the moon sets, I shall go down again to him. Come here on your way, Cuitcatl. I shall go down with Amenche to say goodbye to him. This obstinate girl has determined to go, and I cannot let her go alone.' As soon as I left them, I went down to the town and found my hunter, who has taken a vow to lay down his life to save you, if necessary. Here are some peasant's clothes, a coarse cotton mantle, and a short skirt. Here is a jar of dye. You had better strip at once, and let me color you, and then put on these clothes. It will be too dark to see to do it properly when I return. Besides, time will be short then. This small jar contains some dye from the juice of a plant which will turn your hair black. At least, as they use it for dyeing the skins of animals black, I suppose it will affect your hair." Roger at once took off his gaudy attire, and was stained from head to foot with the contents of the jug, and then rubbed his hair with the liquid from the smaller vessel. Then he put on the peasant's clothes. "You will pass well now," Cuitcatl said, heading him out into the moonlight, so that he could obtain a good view of him. "It is only your height that is against you. Still, some men are taller than others, though I never saw one as tall as you, and you will certainly be stared at. Is there anything else in the way of arms you would like, besides the axe and spear?" "I shall make myself a bow and arrows when we get fairly away," Roger said. "I did not know you could use them." "I could not use such little things as those your people carry, but we still use the bow in England, and every boy is obliged, by law, to practice with it. With such a bow as I should make, I could send an arrow 3 times as far as those puny weapons of yours, and could keep my foes at a distance, whereas otherwise they could shoot me down as they chose." "They will not shoot you down," Cuitcatl said. "You may be quite sure that the orders will be to take you alive, and this will give you a great advantage if you are attacked. But I must be going up now to the palace again, to show myself, for a time, among our friends. Just as the moon sets, I will be here." "Will you thank the queen and princess for their kindness," Roger said, "and say that, much as I should like to say goodbye to them, I would not that they should run any risks by coming to see me?" "They will come," Cuitcatl said, "unless I am greatly mistaken. The princess would come, even if her uncle Montezuma were, himself, watching her." Roger sat down again, and watched the moon going down. He felt a certain sense of exhilaration at the thought that he was about to enter upon a life of active adventure again. It had seemed to him, lately, that his life was to be spent in this strange country, cut off from all chances of ever returning to England, and that, sooner or later, he was assuredly destined to form a part of their hideous sacrifices. The party against him had been silenced for a moment, but would be sure to gather strength again, and he would be called upon either to worship these blood-stained idols or to die. Life was pleasant enough as it was, at present, with the friendship of the young king, and the kindness of the queen and princess, but he would soon be tired of it, with its everlasting sunshine, and its flowers, and its idleness. At last the moon set, and in a few minutes he heard footsteps approaching, and Cuitcatl and 2 veiled figures came up. The queen came straight up to him. "We are very sorry to lose you, Roger Hawkshaw," she said gently, "and were there a hope of doing so successfully, we would defy the cruel orders from Montezuma, but it would bring ruin on our people." "I know that it cannot be done, madam," Roger said. "I thank you and the king most heartily for all your kindness to me. If I escape to my own country, I shall remember it all my life, and I will pray to the God we worship to give you happiness." "Take this," the queen said, putting a small bag into his hand. "You have told me that these gems are as much prized among your people as they are here, and you can more easily conceal them than gold. I have taken them, with the king's permission, from the royal treasure, and should you reach your distant home in safety, they ought to make you rich for the rest of your life. And now farewell. Whatever the priests may say, Cacama and I know that you came as a friend, and meant us no harm." "Now, Amenche," she said, "come and say goodbye." The girl came forward slowly. She took Roger's hand, and gazed up into his face. She seemed to try to speak, and then Roger felt her sway suddenly, and caught her just as she would have fallen. "Give her to me," the queen said. It is best so, by far. Hurry away, Roger. You have done harm enough without meaning it. Cuitcatl, take him away at once." The young noble took Roger's hand and hurried him away. "What is the matter?" he asked, bewildered. "What did the queen mean? That I had done harm enough?" "Do you mean to say that you have not seen that Amenche loves you?" "I never dreamed of such a thing," Roger exclaimed. "Cacama and the queen, and all of us who have seen her with you, knew it long ago, and had it not been for this unlucky news today, Cacama would, in a short time, have offered you her hand. There has been a scene tonight between her and her brother, for she declared that she would go with you, and share your dangers, whatever they might be. She has for the last 3 hours been confined in her chamber, and she was only allowed to come down to say goodbye to you, on her swearing that she would return with the queen to her room." "I am awfully sorry," Roger said. "I never dreamed of such a thing. The princess has always been very kind to me, but I should never have thought of raising my eyes so high. Besides, as I have told you, I am still scarce a man, and with us one does not think of marriage until he is 5 or 6 years older than I am." "No one blames you at all," Cuitcatl said. "The king and queen both told her that they were sure you had not thought of her in that way, though they naturally supposed that, had you remained here, you would have gladly formed such an alliance when it was offered you. However, it is no use talking any more about it. You will have difficulties enough before you, and would have had no chance whatever of getting through them if encumbered with her." Cacama told her so, but she scoffed at the idea of danger. Mexican women, when they love, are ready for any sacrifice. Cacama did not press that, but chiefly spoke of the terrible scandal it would be were she, his sister and the niece of Montezuma, to be brought back with you, a captive. They were now at the gate. Cuitcatl opened it and locked it again after him. A figure was standing outside. "This is my follower. You may rely upon him to serve you to the last." "Bathalda, this is my white friend. You will serve him as you would me." The man took Roger's hand and carried it to his forehead. "My life is yours, my lord," he said. "Is everything ready, Bathalda?" asked Cuitcatl. "Yes, my lord. I have the canoe hidden among the rocks, with the arms and some food. It is but a few hundred yards away." "Let us be off, then, at once," Cuitcatl said. The man led the way down to the lake, and then along the shore for some little distance. "There is the canoe," he said. Cuitcatl embraced Roger. "I wish that I could go with you, my white brother, and share your dangers down to the coast," he said. "But I could aid you but little, and my life would be forfeited on my return. May the gods of Mexico and the God you worship protect you. It may be, who knows, that some day you may return hither. Cuitcatl's heart will be rejoiced to see you." "Thank you for all your kindness," Roger said. "Whatever befalls me, I shall never forget it. Thank Cacama for all he has done in my favor, and say goodbye for me to the princess. Tell her that it is better so, for that so soft a flower would soon droop and pine away in my cold country." Roger took his seat in the canoe. Bathalda seized the paddle, and the little boat shot out from the shore. For some distance they kept close in under the shadow of the land, Bathalda saying that 2 or 3 royal canoes were rowing up and down opposite the town, and that every canoe putting off had been stopped and questioned. Several times, when the sound of a paddle was heard out on the lake, Bathalda stopped rowing for a time. But after keeping close to the shore for an hour, he struck out more boldly, and after 2 hours further rowing, approached the shore again. "This is the point where we must land," he said. 4 hours' walking will take us among the hills. But before we leave the canoe, we will half fill it with stones, then knock a hole in her bottom, and push her out into the lake to sink. Were she found here in the morning, it might afford a clue as to the way we had taken." This was done, and then they started for the hills. Alone, Roger would have had great difficulty in making his way along the paths running between the cultivated fields, but his companion led the way without hesitation, seeing apparently as well as if it had been broad daylight. Roger carried the axe, which was a heavy one, on one shoulder, and in the other hand the spear, which he used as a walking stick. Before daylight broke they were ascending the hills, which were wild and rugged. They passed several villages lying high up on rugged hilltops, and inaccessible save by ladders, which could be drawn up in case of attack. "The tribes here have only recently been conquered," Bathalda said. "They pay tribute to Mexico, but are a wild race, and as there is nothing to be obtained from them but hard knocks, they are but little interfered with." Getting deeper among the hills, Bathalda, just as morning was breaking, led the way up a ravine down which a little stream trickled, and found a resting place among a number of great rocks that had fallen from above. "Here," he said, "we shall be perfectly safe for the day. It is not likely that even a shepherd will enter this ravine, and if he does, he is not likely to come upon us here. First, let us eat our breakfast, and then we will lie down and sleep till evening. I will keep watch if you like, but I do not think there is any occasion for it." "Not the least," Roger agreed. "We had both better get what sleep we can. We shall have a long tramp before us tonight." They were undisturbed during the day, and as soon as the sun set, were again on their feet. The journey was a toilsome one. The country was so broken that they were continually either climbing the steep hills or descending into the valleys. After the moon had set, they were forced to come to a halt for some hours, finding it impossible to climb the steep hills in the darkness. With the first light of day, they were again in motion, and continued walking for some hours. "There," Bathalda said at last, as he gained the brow of the hill, "that is the plateau land. The town you see there, away on our right, is Otompan. Now we will keep due west. There are no large towns now till we reach Tlatlanquitepec and Perote. From that point our danger will be the greatest, for all the roads across the mountains are sure to be watched. The guards at the station houses on these roads have, no doubt, by this time had orders to look for you and arrest you. But by traveling at night we may pass them safely. We may as well enter that field of maize and lie down until evening. After that we will follow a path till we gain a main road, and then travel straight on. We can go so much faster on a road than through the fields, and I know where the post houses are situated, so we can make a detour to avoid them." That night they walked, as far as Roger could guess, 50 miles, and again entered a very hilly country. In the morning they left the road, and encamped in a wood far up the hillside. During the day they saw several parties of troops following the road, and many couriers passed along at a swift run. "The whole country is up," Bathalda said. "We shall have to be very careful in future." The first night, while passing through the low, hot country near the lake, Roger had cut a strong bamboo, together with a bundle of smaller rods suitable for arrows. Bathalda had brought with him a bag of sharp obsidian arrowheads and some feathers for winging them, together with a bowstring of twice the ordinary strength. He had looked on with amusement when Roger cut the bamboo, making it, as was the custom of English archers, of his own height. "My lord is not intending that, surely, for a bow?" he said. "Yes, Bathalda, I think that will do well," Roger said, trying with his knee the stiffness of the cane. At the halt next day, Roger had cut the notches for the string. "Now, Bathalda," he said, "can you string this?" "No, my lord, nor can any other man." "I think it is about the strength of the bows we use at home," Roger said. "The stringing them is a matter of knack, as well as of strength." And, to the amazement of the Aztec, he strung the bow. "Now," said he, "let us make some arrows. They should be a cloth yard in length, that is, from the middle of my chest to the end of my middle finger." A dozen of the light bamboos were cut to this length. The huntsman fitted the obsidian points to them, and Roger stepped back 100 yards from the small tree, with a trunk some 6 inches in diameter, under whose shade they had been sitting. Then he fitted the arrow to the string, bent the bow to its head, and loosed the arrow. It struck the trunk, but glanced off. "I am out of practice indeed," he said, "or I should have hit that fair in the center." To the huntsman, however, the shot seemed well nigh miraculous, the distance being twice as great as the Mexican bows would carry, with anything like accuracy, while the speed with which the arrow flew, and the distance it went after glancing from the tree, showed that it would have been fatal at least 50 yards beyond the object aimed at. Taking the bow from Roger, he fitted another arrow in and tried to bend it, but with all his efforts could only draw the arrow 4 or 5 inches. "It is wonderful," he said, returning the weapon to Roger. "If I had not seen it done, I could not have believed it." "It is merely a matter of practice," Roger said. "My people are famous for their dexterity with the bow, and I have seen men hit a mark no bigger than the palm of my hand 10 times in succession at that distance." The next time they halted, Bathalda made the rest of the bamboos into arrows, and, making a quiver of the bark of a tree, hung them over his shoulder. Roger left his spear behind, using the bow, which he had unstrung, as a walking staff. Bathalda offered to carry the spear in addition to his own weapon, but Roger told him that he did not care about it. "If it should come to a hand-to-hand fight," he said, "I would rather rely on my axe. Besides, the bow, now it is unstrung, makes an excellent quarterstaff, a weapon with which I have practiced a great deal. With a spear, your people would know quite as much as I should, but I fancy that, with a quarterstaff, I should astonish them. It has the advantage, too, that it disables without killing, and as your soldiers would only be doing their duty in arresting me, I should be sorry to do them more harm than I could help." "There were a great many men on the road below there today." "A great many, my lord, and no doubt the garrisons of the 2 towns we shall have to pass tonight will be all out and on the watch. This is the most dangerous part of the journey. The mountains are rugged, and there are only certain passes by which we can travel, and they are sure to be watched narrowly. They will guess that we shall travel by night. I suppose it will not be possible to make a detour, either to the south or north?" The Aztec shook his head. "To the north lie terrible mountains, of whose passes I know nothing. Our provisions are exhausted, and we must, in future, depend upon maize and other things we can pick by the way. Were we to go there, we should find nothing. To the south lies Tlascala, whose people are independent of Montezuma. They are fierce and warlike, and would seize and offer you to the gods without pity. Still, they would not be on the lookout for us, and we might, therefore, pass through their country without being seen." "We might do so, my lord," Bathalda agreed. "At any rate," Roger said, "it seems to me that there would be more chance, in that direction, than in going straight forward. From what you say, it seems well nigh impossible for us to get through the passes ahead of us without being captured." Accordingly, when night fell, they struck off to the south. The journey was a very toilsome one, for they were now crossing the spurs of the hills, running far down into the plateau. As before, they had to halt when the moon set, but continued their way at daybreak. "There is a road down in the valley there," Roger said, after 3 hours more walking. Bathalda stood looking down for some time. "I know it now," he said. "It is the last road north of Tlascala, and runs from Hujotlapan to Yaxtacamaxtitlan. We are already east of Tlascala, and about 15 miles from Yaxtacamaxtitlan. If we get past that town without accident, we shall then have to cross the pass of Obispo, over the great range of mountains, and come down near Naulinco. Once past that town, our dangers will be over, for there are few towns and villages in the Tierra Caliente. Our great danger will lie in the pass. There are but 2 or 3 roads across these mountains, and they will know that we must follow them." "Well, we must take our chance," Roger said. "So far we have met with no difficulties whatever, and provided we don't come across too large a force, we ought to be able to manage to get through. I noticed there were trees right through the pass I came over, and I see the country ahead is thickly wooded. How far is the pass from where we are now?" "About 30 miles. It is where you see that cleft in the great line of hills." "Well, we can get near it before the moon sets, and we'll try to pass through by daylight. It would be useless attempting to make our way through the trees at night, and if we have to fight, I would rather do so in the light. We will lie down now, for I own I am completely tired out." End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of With Cortez in Mexico by G.A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Cortez in Mexico by G.A. Henty. Chapter 11. Cortez. The expedition, whose arrival had caused such excitement in Mexico, was commanded by Hernando Cortez, a man who united in his person all the gifts requisite for a great leader of men. He possessed a handsome person, great strength and skill at arms, extraordinary courage and daring, singular powers of conciliation and of bringing others to his way of thinking, pleasing and courteous demeanour, a careless and easy manner which concealed great sagacity and wisdom, an inexhaustible flow of spirits, and an iron determination. Born in Estremadura in 1485, of an ancient and respectable family, he was, like many others who have distinguished themselves as great soldiers, while at school and college remarkable rather for mischievous freaks and disregard of authority than for love of learning. At the age of 17 he had exhausted his parents' patience, and was on the point of starting with the expedition of Ovando, the successor to Columbus, when he so injured himself by a fall, incurred in one of his wild escapades, that he was unable to sail with it. 2 years later, however, he went out in a merchant vessel to the Indies. On reaching Hispaniola, Ovando, who was governor of the island, received him kindly, and gave him a grant of land and a number of Indians to till it. The quiet life of the planter, however, little suited the restless young fellow, and after taking part in several military expeditions against insurgent natives, under the command of Diego Velasquez, he sailed in 1511 with that officer to undertake the conquest of Cuba. He displayed great courage and activity during the campaign, and his cheerful manner and fund of high spirits made him a great favourite with the soldiers. When the fighting was over, Cortez soon became discontented with the quiet life in the island, and joined a party of men who were disaffected to Velasquez, owing to their not having received such rewards as they considered their services merited. Cortez undertook to carry their complaints to the governor of Hispaniola, and was about starting when the matter came to the ears of Velasquez, who seized him, put him in irons, and threw him into prison. He was not long in making his escape, and sought sanctuary in a church. But a few days later, when carelessly strolling outside its walls, he was again seized and imprisoned. He was put on board a ship to be sent to Hispaniola, there to be tried for exciting disaffection and revolt. But at night, before she set sail, he managed to free himself from his irons, gain the deck, and swim ashore, where he again took refuge in the church. Here several influential people interfered on his behalf. Among them the family of Catalina Zuarez, a young lady to whom he was engaged. and a reconciliation was brought about between him and the governor. Cortez received a large estate with an ample number of Indians for its cultivation, married and settled down, and for some years devoted himself to agriculture and gold mining. Success attended him, and he accumulated some 3,000 castellanos, a considerable sum. So he might have lived and died had not the news of discoveries made by Grijalva, who had sailed west and discovered Yucatan and traded with Tabasco, and had returned with a good deal of gold and wonderful tales of fabulous wealth, existing in a great nation farther to the north. The governor at once prepared to fit out a large expedition, and among the many who offered to undertake its command and to contribute largely towards its expenses, he finally selected Cortez, who had gained the ear and influence of the governor's secretary, Duero, and the royal treasurer, Lares. Cortez was appointed captain general of the expedition, and at once set to work with his accustomed energy to gather material for it. He not only contributed all the fortune he had made, but raised funds by mortgaging his estates to their full value, and by borrowing money from merchants and others on security of the wealth that was to be acquired by the expedition. His personal popularity in the island enabled him to gather numerous recruits, and many of his intimate friends who joined him assisted him from their own resources or by raising money on their estates. Velasquez himself contributed comparatively little towards the expenses, which were almost entirely borne by Cortez and his friends. 6 ships were fitted out and 300 recruits enrolled. The instructions Cortez received were first to find Grijalva and join in company with him to visit Yucatan, and endeavour to rescue 6 Christians who were reported as still living there, the survivors of a vessel wrecked years before on the coast. He was to make a survey of the whole coastline, to acquaint himself with the natural productions of the country and with the character and institutions of the native races. He was to barter with the natives, and to treat them with kindness and humanity, and to remember above all things that the object the emperor had most at heart was the conversion of the Indians. He was to invite them to give in their allegiance to the king, and to send such presents as would ensure his favour and protection. The governor gave no directions for colonizing or conquering, having received no warrant from Spain that would enable him to invest his agent with such powers. But while Cortez was preparing to start, many of the leading men of the island, who were jealous of his rapid rise, roused the suspicions of Velasquez against him, saying that, when he had once sailed, he would no longer recognize the governor's authority, and would be thinking only of winning renown and wealth for himself. Velasquez determined to appoint another commander, but Duero and Lares, to whom he confided his intentions, at once informed Cortez of them. With the same promptitude that always distinguished him in moments of danger, Cortez went round to his officers after nightfall, got them and his men on board, visited the contractor, carried off all his stock of meat, giving him a massive gold chain in security for payment, and before daybreak the fleet left its moorings and the sails were hoisted. As soon as the news was carried to Velasquez, he hurriedly dressed and rowed down to the shore. Cortez, when he saw him, got into a boat and rowed to within speaking distance. "This is a courteous way of taking leave indeed," the angry governor said. "I was pressed for time," Cortez replied. "There are some things that should be done even before they are thought of. Has your Excellency any orders?" Velasquez saw, by the innuendo in the words of Cortez, that the latter was aware of his intention to deprive him of his command. He had no orders to give, for it was evident that Cortez would not obey them. The latter therefore returned to his vessel and the fleet instantly set sail for the port of Macaca. This was in November 1516. The act of Cortez was doubtless one of insubordination, but, after he had embarked the whole of his resources in the expedition, and had received the command from the governor, this being ratified by the authorities of Hispaniola, it could hardly be expected that he would submit to disgrace and ruin being brought not only upon himself, but upon all the friends who had aided him in the enterprise. At Macaca, Cortez laid in some more stores, and then sailed for Trinidad, an important town on the southern coast of Cuba. Here he issued proclamations inviting recruits to join him. These came in considerable numbers, among them 100 men from Grijalva's ship, which had just before reached the port. What was still more important, several cavaliers of high family and standing joined him, among them the Alvarados, Olid, Avila, Velasquez de Leon, a near relation of the governor, and Sandoval. He purchased at Trinidad large military stores and provisions. While he was taking these and other steps to strengthen his position, Verdugo, the commander of the town, received letters from Velasquez ordering him to seize Cortez, but upon his communicating these orders to the principal officers of the expedition, they pointed out to him that, if he attempted to take such a grave step, the soldiers and sailors would certainly resist it, and the town would not improbably be laid in ashes. The expedition then sailed round the island to Havana, where Cortez completed his preparations, and, in spite of another ineffectual attempt of Velasquez to detain him, set sail. In the time that had intervened between the inception of the expedition and its departure, the historians agree that a remarkable change had come over Cortez. He was still frank and pleasant in his manner, courteous and cheery with all, but he was no longer the gay, careless character who had been liked but scarcely greatly respected in the island. His whole actions were marked by an air of resolute determination and authority. He himself superintended every detail of work, and exhibited a thoughtfulness, prudence, and caution that seemed alien to his former character. He was immensely popular both among his soldiers and officers, but all felt that he was entitled to their respect as well as their liking, and that he was not only commander, but thoroughly master of the expedition. Although extremely careless himself as to food, comfort, or appearance, he now assumed the state befitting his appointment and authority. He dressed handsomely but quietly, appointed officers and domestics for his household, and placed it on the footing of a man of high station. Before sailing, he dispatched a letter to Velasquez, begging him to rely on his devotion to his interests. On February the 10th, 1519, the expedition started. It consisted of 11 vessels, only one of which was as large as 100 tons, of 110 sailors, 553 soldiers, and 200 Indians of the islands. There were 10 heavy guns, and 4 light ones, and 16 horses. Before sailing, Cortez gave an address to his soldiers, and aroused their enthusiasm to the utmost. He had the advantage of obtaining the services, as chief pilot, of Alaminos, a veteran who had acted as pilot to Columbus on his last voyage, and to Grijalva in his late expedition. Soon after they started, they met with a storm, and put in at the island of Cozumal, and Cortez thence sent Ordaz to Yucatan to try to recover the captives said to be there. That officer returned without tidings, but before the fleet sailed, a canoe arrived containing one of them, Aquilar, who had been wrecked there 8 years previously. He had been a priest, and had so won the esteem and reverence of the barbarians among whom he lived, that they had with great reluctance allowed him to depart, in exchange for glass beads and other trinkets promised by Ordaz. The fleet now sailed along the coast of Yucatan until they reached the mouth of the Tabasco River, where Grijalva had carried on so profitable a trade. Leaving the ships at anchor, they ascended the river in boats, but instead of meeting with the friendly reception that Grijalva had done, they found the banks lined with the natives, whose menacing attitude showed that a landing would be opposed. After solemnly summoning them to surrender, Cortez landed. The natives fought bravely, but were unable to resist the astounding effects of the Spaniards' firearms, and the invaders, advancing, drove them back and took possession of the town, which was found to be deserted. 2 strong parties were sent out next morning to reconnoitre, but were attacked and driven back to the town. They reported that the whole country was under arms. Cortez was much vexed at finding himself thus engaged in a war from which no benefit was to be gained, but he felt that it would impair the confidence of his troops were he now to draw back. He therefore landed 6 of the guns and the horses, and the following day sallied out to the attack. Ordaz commanded the infantry, while Cortez himself led the little body of cavalry, the horses being mounted by the cavaliers of the party. After marching a league, the infantry came in sight of the enemy. The natives attacked them as they were struggling through deeply irrigated ground, poured volleys of missiles of all kinds upon them, and wounded many before they could get across to solid ground, where they could bring the guns into play. But even these, and the discharges of musketry, did not appall the natives, who pressed forward with such fury that, after the engagement had lasted an hour, the position of the Spaniards became perilous in the extreme. But at this moment Cortez and his companions, who had been compelled to make a great detour, owing to the difficult nature of the ground, fell suddenly upon the rear of the enemy. The latter, who had never before seen horses, and who believed that horse and rider were the same animal, was seized with a sudden panic at this extraordinary apparition. The panic speedily communicated itself to the whole army, and while the cavalry trampled down and slaughtered many in the rear, the infantry charged, and the Indians fled in wild confusion. Great numbers had fallen, whilst on the Christian side a few only were killed, and 100 wounded. No pursuit was attempted. Cortez released the prisoners taken in battle, among whom were 2 chiefs, and sent them to their countrymen, with a message that he would forgive the past if they would at once come in and tender their submission. Otherwise he would ride over the land and put every living creature to the sword. The Tabascans, cowed by the dreadful thunder weapons, and by the astounding armed creatures that had fallen upon them, had no wish for further fighting, and the principal caziques soon came in with offerings to propitiate the Spaniards. Among these were 20 female slaves, one of whom turned out a more valuable gift to the Spaniards than all the other presents put together. Among the gifts were only a few small gold ornaments, and when asked where the metal was procured, they pointed to the northwest and said Mexico. As there was nothing to be done here, the Spaniards prepared to depart, but before doing so insisted on the people consenting to become Christians. As they had but little idea of what was required by them, and were in no mood for argument with the Spaniards, a solemn mass was held, at which the whole people became nominally Christians. Re-embarking, the Spaniards sailed along the coast until they reached the island of San Juan de Ulloa, and anchored in the strait between it and the mainland. A canoe speedily came off from the latter with presents of fruit and flowers, and small gold trinkets, which the natives willingly bartered with the Spaniards. Cortez was, however, unable to converse with them, for Aguilar, who had acted as interpreter with the Tabascans, was unable to understand their dialect. Presently, however, the female slaves informed him that one of their number, named Malinche, was a native of Mexico, and spoke that language as well as the tongue of the Tabascans. She was at once installed as interpreter, she informing Aguilar what the Mexicans said, and he interpreting it to Cortez. By this means he learned that the Indians were subjects of the great Mexican Empire, which was ruled over by a monarch named Montezuma, whose capital lay 70 leagues from the coast. A strong force at once landed on the mainland, and threw up a fortified camp. The Mexicans came in crowds, with fruit, vegetables, flowers, and other articles, which they bartered with the Spaniards. They brought news that the Mexican governor of the province intended to visit them the next day. Before noon he arrived with his numerous suite. A banquet was served to them, and then, in answer to the cazique's inquiries as to the objects of their visit, he was informed by Cortez that he was the subject of a great monarch beyond the seas, who ruled over a vast empire, and that, hearing of the greatness of the Mexican emperor, he had sent him as an envoy, with a present in token of his good will, and a message which he must deliver in person. The cazique said that he would send couriers with the royal gift to Montezuma, and that, as soon as he had learned his will, he would communicate it. He then presented 10 slave loads of fine cottons, mantles of rich feather work, and a basket filled with gold ornaments to Cortez, who then handed over the presents intended for Montezuma. These consisted of a richly carved and painted armchair, a crimson cap with a gold medal, and a quantity of collars, bracelets, and other ornaments of cut glass. Cortez observed one of the cazique's attendants busy sketching, and found that he was drawing the Spaniards, their costumes, and arms. This was the picture writing of the Aztecs, and the chief informed him that the pictures would be sent to Montezuma. In order to impress the monarch, Cortez ordered the cavalry to maneuver, and the cannon to be fired, and these exhibitions, as well as the ships, were faithfully depicted by the artist. The chief then took his leave. 8 days later, an embassy arrived from Montezuma, with an enormous quantity of extremely valuable presents: shields, helmets, cuirasses, collars, and bracelets of gold, crests of variegated feathers sprinkled with pearls and precious stones, birds and animal in excellent workmanship in gold and silver, curtains, coverings, and robes of the finest cotton of rich colours, interwoven with marvellous featherwork. Among the presents were 2 circular plates of gold and silver, as large as cartwheels. The value of the silver wheel was estimated at £5,000, that of the gold one at £55,000. The Spaniards were astounded at this display of treasure, and delighted at the prospect it opened to them. The ambassadors, however, brought a message from the emperor, saying that he regretted much that he could not have a personal interview with them, the distance from his capital being too great, and the journey beset with difficulties and dangers, and that all that could be done, therefore, was for them to return to their own land with the proofs thus afforded of his friendly disposition. Cortez was much mortified by the refusal, but requested the envoys to lay before the emperor his immense desire for a personal interview with him, and that the dangers of a short land journey were as nothing to one who had accomplished so long a voyage over the sea to see him. The Mexicans repeated their assurance that his application would be unavailing, and left with some coldness of manner. The effect of their displeasure at the insistence of the Spaniards was soon manifest. the natives ceasing to bring in provisions. While awaiting the emperor's reply, the soldiers suffered greatly from the heat and the effluvia from the neighbouring marshes. 30 died, and as the anchorage was exposed to the northern gales, Cortez decided to sail north as soon as the answer to his last application was received, and sent off 2 vessels to see where a safe port could be found. 10 days after the departure of the envoys, they returned with a large quantity of fresh presents, but with a positive refusal on the part of the emperor to allow them to advance near the capital, and a request that, now they had obtained what they most desired, they would at once return to their own country. 4 days later the ships returned, with the news that they had found but one sheltered port, and that the country round it was well watered and favourable for a camp. The soldiers, however, were now growing discontented. The treasure already acquired was large, the unhealthiness of the climate had alarmed them, and the proofs of the wealth and greatness of the Mexican Empire had convinced them that it needed a vastly larger force than that which Cortez had under his orders to undertake an expedition against it, for the courage showed by the Tabascans had proved conclusively that, ill-armed as they were, the natives were not to be despised. Fortunately for Cortez, 5 Indians made their appearance in camp one morning. Their dress and appearance were wholly different from those of the Aztecs, and they spoke a different language, but Malinche, who had been baptized and christened Marina by Father Olmedo, the leading priest of the expedition, found that 2 of them could converse in Aztec. They said that they were Totonacs, and had come from Cempoala, their capital. They had been but recently conquered by the Aztecs, and were so oppressed by them that they were anxious to throw off their yoke, and they came to ask the wonderful strangers, of whom they had heard, to visit them. Cortez at once saw the immense importance of the communication. Hitherto he had regarded the Mexican Empire as a great and united power, against which success with so small a force was impossible. But now that he saw it was composed of subjugated peoples, many of whom would gladly ally themselves with him against their conquerors, the enterprise wore a far more hopeful aspect. He dismissed the Indians with presents, and a promise to visit their country shortly. He talked the matter over with his principal friends, who were as reluctant as he was himself to abandon the enterprise and return to Cuba, where the governor would appropriate the largest share of the spoils they had taken. They accordingly went about among the soldiery, urging them to persuade the general to establish a permanent colony in the country. It was true that he had no authority from Velasquez to do so, but the interests of the emperor and of Spain, to say nothing of their own, were of more importance than those of the governor of Cuba. This talk reached the ears of the special friends and adherents of Velasquez, who, going to Cortez, remonstrated with him against such proceedings. He said that nothing was farther from his desires than to exceed his instructions, and on the following morning issued a proclamation to the troops, ordering them to prepare for embarkation. The sensation caused among the troops was great, and his partisans thronged round his tent, calling upon him to countermand his orders and form a settlement. Cortez, after due hesitation, gave in to their wishes, nominated magistrates, and proclaimed the territory a colony of Spain. As soon as the new magistrates and officers came together, Cortez came before them, and tendered his resignation of his office as Captain General, but was renominated not only Captain General, but Chief Justice of the colony. The partisans of Velasquez were most indignant at the whole proceedings, and so violent were some of the leaders that Cortez put them in irons and sent them on board ship. Then he set to work with the soldiers, and soon brought them round, and the prisoners on board being also won over, the whole army, re-embarking, sailed up the coast until they reached the port before discovered, and landing set out for Sempoala. They were delighted with the country, which was rich and fertile, and as they neared the town, the natives poured out with lively demonstrations of welcome, the women throwing garlands of flowers round the necks of the soldiers. They were greatly struck with the town, although it was but a small place in comparison with those they were afterwards to see. Cortez lost no time in sending off a vessel to Spain, with dispatches to the emperor, and his influence over the soldiers was so great that they, as well as the officers, relinquished all their shares of the treasure they had gained, in order that a worthy present should be sent home to their monarch. In his dispatches Cortez related all that had befallen them, dilated on the prospect of annexing so rich a country to the Spanish dominions, and asked for a confirmation of his acts, and for an authorization for the magistrates of the new town, which was called Villa Rica de Vera Cruz. The ship touched at Cuba, but continued its voyage before Velasquez, who was furious at the news of the important discoveries made by Cortez, could stop it. Scarcely had the ship sailed when Cortez discovered that a conspiracy was on foot among the partisans of Velasquez to seize one of the vessels and to sail away to Cuba. The conspirators were seized, 2 of them executed, and others flogged. But the discovery that there were a number of timid spirits in the camp who might seriously interfere with his plans greatly annoyed Cortez, and he took the extraordinary resolution of destroying all the ships. Through some of his devoted friends, he bribed the captains of the vessels to fall in with his views, and they appeared before him and made a solemn report that the ships were worm-eaten and unfit for sea. Cortez pretended great surprise, and ordered everything movable to be brought ashore, and the ships to be sunk. 9 vessels were so destroyed, and all but 1 craft was left afloat. When the news reached the troops at Sempoala, they were filled with consternation. It seemed to them that nothing but destruction awaited them, and from murmurings they broke out into mutiny. Cortez, however, as usual, speedily allayed the tumult. He pointed out that his loss was the greatest, since the ships were his property, and that the troops would in fact derive great advantage by it, since it would swell their force by 100 men, who must otherwise have remained in charge of the vessels. He urged them to place their confidence in him, and they might rely upon it that success would attend their efforts. If there were any cowards there, they might take the remaining ship and sail to Cuba with it, and wait patiently there until the army returned, laden with the spoils of the Aztecs. The troops at once returned to their duty, and declared their readiness to follow him wheresoever he would. Without further delay, Cortez, taking with him a number of natives to act as carriers, set out on his march towards Mexico. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of With Cortez in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. With Cortez in Mexico by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 12, The Fugitives. At nightfall, Roger and his guide continued their journey, but now moved with great caution, keeping but a short distance from the road. Several times they saw fires burning and had to take long detours to avoid them. Consequently, the moon had set when they were still more than 10 miles from the pass. Next morning they continued their journey, avoiding as much as possible crossing tracts of cultivated land, and when forced to do so, lying down and crawling between the rows of the maize or yuccas. They are sure to have scouts high up on the mountainside, Bathalda said, and they thence can look down upon all these fields, and although as we cross them we are perfectly hidden from people standing on this same level, they can see us clearly enough from there. The distance is very great to make out a man. The air is very clear, my lord, in these mountains, and a figure can be seen a vast distance off. However, we can do nothing but what we are doing, and must take our chance. If we are attacked, Roger said, we must make straight up the mountains. Steep as they may be, there are few places where active men cannot climb, and numbers would avail nothing if we once got up among those heights. They were now mounting rapidly towards the pass. The country was still thickly wooded, but Bathalda said that in the narrowest part of the pass there were no trees, and it was here that the danger would be greatest. As they neared the mouth of the gorge, they moved with the greatest care, keeping their eyes in every direction. Presently Bathalda stopped and held up his hand. Roger listened. "They are coming behind us," Bathalda said. "They must have made us out in the distance, and have sent a party down the road to enter the wood behind us, and so prevent us from retreating." "Then we had better bear away to the left, Bathalda. They are sure to be in force in the pass, and since they are behind us also, our only hope is to try and scale the hill to the left." Bathalda, without a word, moved forward in the direction indicated. The trees grew thinner in front, and through them they could see rocky ground rising steeply up. They issued out and began to climb, when the sound of a horn rose loudly in the air, and a moment afterwards a number of men were seen, running from the right along the edge of the trees. "They will not shoot," Roger said. "They want to take me alive. Never mind their arrows. It is a question of legs, at present." The rocks were extremely steep, and in many places they had to use their hands, as well as their feet, in making the ascent. The Aztecs, who had, on first seeing them, broken into loud cries, were now silent, and were toiling up the hillside in pursuit. "Now," Roger said, after a very severe piece of climbing, "we must stop them." He strung his bow, and, placing an arrow to the string, shouted to the Aztecs that he should shoot unless they desisted from pursuit. They paid no attention, their officer shouting to them to press on. They were now less than 100 yards behind. Roger drew his bow to the fullest, and the arrow whizzed through the air. It struck the officer in the throat, and he fell prone. A cry of astonishment broke from the soldiers. However, they did not hesitate a moment, but pushed on with loud shouts. Roger discharged 6 arrows in rapid succession, and 5 of them flew true to the mark. The Aztecs paused. The distance to which the arrows were sent and the accuracy of the shooting struck them with consternation, and it was evident to them that before they could climb the steep ascent, the greater portion of them would be shot down. Some took shelter behind rocks and began to discharge their arrows. Others fell back in haste. "Now we will begin moving on again, Bathalda," Roger said. "We have taught them a lesson of caution." They proceeded on their way until they reached a shoulder which led straight up the mountain. Just as they stopped to draw breath, there was a shout, and a party of 20 men, who had evidently climbed straight up from the pass to cut them off, rushed at them. Roger rapidly discharged 5 arrows into the midst of them, and then slipped the string from the notch and seized the bamboo as a quarterstaff. At the order of their leader, the Aztecs threw down their spears and flung themselves on him, with the intention of dragging him to the ground. But making his quarterstaff swing round his head, he brought the ends down upon them with tremendous force, striking them to the ground as if they had been ninepins. Bathalda seconded him well by guarding him from attack behind. Finding that, in spite of his efforts, he could not keep back his assailants, Roger threw down the quarterstaff and seized his axe. 4 more of them fell, cleft through the head, and then 4 of them sprang upon him together. But Roger's practice in Devonshire wrestling now stood him in good service, and although in a moment the 4 were hanging upon him, they could neither get him off his legs nor hold his arms. And he beat 3 of them down with heavy blows on their faces, while Bathalda freed him from one on his back by a thrust with his spear. Roger again caught up the axe, which he had let fall, to have the use of both of his fists, but the fight was over. The 5 Aztecs, still remaining on their feet, appalled at the, to them, supernatural strength of their gigantic foe, fled to join their comrades, who had now nearly reached the crest on which the combat had taken place. "Come on, Bathalda," Roger exclaimed. "We have not a moment to lose. They will shoot now, seeing that they have little chance of taking me alive." And they accordingly started up the steep ascent as rapidly as their breathless condition would allow. Their pursuers paused a moment on gaining the brow to get their wind, and then followed. But as soon as the ground again became too steep to allow of rapid movement, Roger turned and, betaking himself to his bow and arrows, speedily checked the pursuit. The Aztecs, being unable to stand against these terrible weapons, whose force and accuracy seemed to them supernatural. The sight, too, of the heap of their comrades lying on the slope had greatly cooled their courage. Their officers had all fallen under Roger's arrows, together with most of their bravest comrades, and although the rest still continued the pursuit, it was at a distance that showed that they had no intention whatever of closing again. Paying no further heed to them, Roger and his companion now directed their whole attention to the work of climbing. At times they came on perpendicular precipices and had to make long detours to surmount them. After some hours' labor they reached the snow. They were now near a shoulder between 2 lofty peaks, and after an hour's climbing stood on its crest. The Aztecs were now mere spots, far behind them. "They will be an hour before they are here," Roger said. "We need fear no more trouble with them. It was a sharp fight while it lasted, Bathalda." These were the first words they had spoken, beyond a momentary consultation, now and then, as to the best mode of surmounting difficulties. "My lord is wonderful," the hunter said. "Never did I see such strength and skill. It was like a mountain tiger attacked by jackals." "You did your share too, Bathalda. Your spear rid me of several of them." "I did what I could, my lord, but that was little enough. A few men like you would defeat an army." "Well, Bathalda, now we will be moving on again. We will keep straight down this slope until we are off the snow, for they can follow our footsteps. Beyond that, we must press on until we get into the woods again, and there we can turn right or left as we please, and throw them off the scent altogether. We shall then be safe until we reach the forest and begin to descend into the hot country." Another hour, and they had left the snow behind them, and after 2 more hours on the rocky hillside, they again entered a forest. As soon as they were well among the trees, they turned to the right again, and after traveling through the wood for 2 or 3 miles, they halted, secure now against any search on the part of their pursuers. Just before halting, they had the good luck to come across a small bear, which Roger wounded with an arrow, and his companion dispatched with his spear. Bathalda speedily made a fire by rubbing 2 sticks together, and after skinning the bear, cut it up, and while Roger was superintending the roasting of some pieces over the fire, Bathalda searched in the wood, and speedily returned with some roots, which he placed in the ashes, and which turned out excellent eating with the bear's flesh. As it was now far on in the afternoon, and as they had already performed a very fatiguing day's work, they resolved to wait where they were until the morning. "What do you think would be our best course now?" Roger asked, after they had eaten their meal, and were stretched close to the fire for warmth, for at this elevation the cold was great. Bathalda did not reply, but sat pouring out volumes of smoke from the pipe he had just filled. At last Roger repeated the question. "I am ready to go where my lord wills." "Yes, Bathalda, but that is no answer to my question. You know the ways of your people, and I do not. We have had a sharp fight with them today. What is likely to come of it?" Bathalda shook his head. "The news will, long before this, have been sent by swift runners to every town and village on the slope of the mountains. The garrisons of Perote, Tlaquequitepec, Zalapa, and Naulinco will all be in movement. Naulinco is but some 8 or 10 miles away down the pass, and not only the soldiers, but every man in the town will be ordered out. They will be posted as thick as blades of grass at the mouth of every valley leading down from the mountains. You have resisted the Emperor's officers and have killed numbers of his soldiers. They will know that the wrath of Montezuma will be terrible if they fail to arrest you." "Then you think that it will almost be impossible to make our way through them?" Bathalda nodded his head. "And in time, I suppose, they will search these woods, every foot of them, wide though they are, my lord." "Then what is your advice, Bathalda?" "It depends whether my lord's mind is altogether set upon joining the white men of the sea at once." Roger, in turn, was silent for a time. The Spaniards would have learned the wealth of the land. It was not likely they would speedily depart. But if they did, it would only be to return again, in far greater force than at present. Other opportunities would occur for rejoining them, and it would be folly to throw away his life and that of his companion in an attempt that the latter evidently felt to be desperate. He had already had proof of the vigilance of the Aztec scouts, and doubtless that vigilance would now be redoubled. "No, Bathalda," he replied at last, "I should be content to remain in hiding for a time, and to risk the departure of the white men." "Then, my lord, my advice is that we retrace our steps across to the other side of the mountains. Then we will head north, avoiding the towns, and take refuge for a time in the forests that stretch for many leagues over the mountains. There we can build a hut and hunt. There are turkeys and other game in abundance. From time to time I can go down to a town and gather news, and bring back such things as may be necessary for you. Then, when the search for you abates, we can strike down thence to the seacoast, if the white men are still there. At any rate, we can live by hunting as long as you may find it necessary to remain in concealment." "That will be by far the best plan, Bathalda. I have no objection to a few weeks of life in the woods, and you can teach me your craft of a hunter. What do you say? Shall we start back this evening?" "If my lord is not too wearied, it would be well if we could get across the crest before morning. They will have sentries at every point whence they can command a view of the hills, and our figures could be made out on the snow at a great distance away." "I should have preferred a night's rest, Bathalda, but it would be foolish to lose a day, and no doubt parties will be searching the woods in the morning. We have still 4 hours before the sun goes down, and that should be enough to fit us for starting again." The hunter was pleased at Roger's decision. "Let my lord sleep at once," he said. "I will watch. I am accustomed to long journeys, and to pass my nights in search of game. It is nothing to me. I used dry sticks for the fire, and but little smoke will have made its way through the trees. Still, it may possibly be noticed, and it were best one of us should remain on watch." Roger felt that he should never be able to make the ascent over the crest of the hill unless he had some rest, and therefore, without argument, he wrapped himself in his cotton mantle and lay down before the fire. It seemed to him that he had but just closed his eyes when his companion touched him. "It is time that we should be moving, my lord. The sun has just set." "Why, it appears to me to be night already, Bathalda." "It has been dark here for the last hour, my lord, but on the other side of the mountains the sun has but now gone down. See, the full moon has just risen in the east." "That is so, Bathalda, and we shall have her light until morning." "Well, I am ready, though I could have slept on comfortably until sunrise. Have you heard anything?" "I have heard the sound of horns far down the hillside, but nothing near us save animals, disturbed by the voices below, and passing up towards the rocks. I have cooked some more flesh. It is always best to make a good meal when one can. We have a rough journey before us, and the cold will be great. Fortunately, the air is still. Were it blowing, I should say that there was less danger in waiting here than in crossing the mountain." The meal was quickly eaten. Bathalda slung a large piece of bear's flesh over his shoulder, and they started. So bright was the moonlight that they had no more difficulty in climbing than if it had been day, and after 6 hours of severe toil they again came down upon the forest on the other side of the mountains. They proceeded among the trees for some little distance, till they came to some very thick undergrowth, where Bathalda thought it would be perfectly safe to light a fire. This he accordingly did, as Roger said he would rather run any danger than go without a fire. In spite of the exertions they had made, they were chilled to the bone. Their clothes were stiff with the frozen moisture from their bodies, and the cotton mantles offered but small protection against the cold. A pleasant glow stole over them as the fire burnt up. "I will watch now, Bathalda, and you shall sleep." "I do not think that there is any danger, my lord. They believe us among the woods on the other side of the mountains, and it is not at all likely there will be any vigilant watch kept upon this side. We can both sleep without fear." Roger was glad to hear his companion's opinion, and in a few minutes was fast asleep. When he awoke it was day. Bathalda was cooking some flesh over the embers of the fire. "You have been asleep, I hope, Bathalda," Roger said, as he rose to his feet and shook himself. "I have slept, my lord," the hunter said, although in fact it was not until morning began to break that he had relaxed his watchfulness. "We will be off as soon as we have eaten. It is possible that parties may, as soon as it is daybreak, go along by the edge of the snow line to assure themselves that we are still on the other side of the mountain. And if so, they will probably come across our footsteps. Therefore, we had best be moving at once." 2 long days' marches took them deep into the woods lying north of Tlatlanquitepec. Here they set to work to construct a rough hut of boughs near a mountain spring, and when this was completed, they set to work hunting. Turkeys abounded. These they generally obtained by shooting them at night, as they roosted in the trees, but they sometimes hunted them by day, Bathalda imitating their call so accurately that they came up within easy shot of them, without the least suspicion of danger. They killed several small bears, which were useful not only for their flesh, but for the warmth of their skins at night. Once or twice they shot deer, and obtained other game in abundance. At night they frequently heard the roar of the mountain tiger. Once or twice, when the sounds approached too close to their hut, they left it and took refuge in trees, as the hunter said that even Roger's arrows would scarcely slay these fierce beasts at once, and that when wounded they were terrible enemies. Roger enjoyed the life much. The air was fresh and bracing, the forest magnificent in its varied foliage, and the abundance of game so great that it needed no special exertion to keep themselves well supplied with food. 2 or 3 times, at intervals of a week or 10 days, Bathalda went down to Tlatlanquitepec with a load of turkeys and other game slung on a pole over his shoulder, and returned with maize, flour, chocolate, and pulque, and other articles of food, and, which was of much greater importance to Roger, news of the white strangers. The first time he learned that they had arrived in several floating castles, and had landed at once. The natives had received them with kindness, and the chief of that district, Teulile, had on the following day had an interview with their chief. Presents had been exchanged. 5 days later, an embassy, with many very rich gifts from the emperor, arrived at the camp. They were the bearers of friendly messages from Montezuma, who, however, had declined to allow them to proceed into the country, and had requested them to leave the coast at once. The white men had sent back a message to Montezuma, praying him to alter his determination, and showed no signs of obeying his orders, and re-embarking on board their ships. By the orders of Montezuma's envoys, the people had now abstained from visiting the camp or bringing in supplies. 3 weeks after, Bathalda returned from the town with the news that another embassy from Montezuma had visited the white camp with another great store of valuable presents, but that Montezuma positively prohibited them advancing towards the capital. 2 days later, they were visited by envoys from Campoalea, the chief town of the Totonacs, who had been lately conquered by the Aztecs, and had invited the white men to visit their city. They had accordingly marched there, and were now dwelling in this town. It was said that the Aztecs were extremely indignant at the action of the Totonacs, and that dire vengeance would be taken upon them for daring to act in this manner without the permission of Montezuma. The next news was that the white men had marched further north to Chiahuitztla, that they were founding a city there, and that they had actually seized and imprisoned a party of Aztec envoys. The white men had visited other towns, and at Campoalea had insulted the gods, rolled the idols down from the tops of the temples, and had erected altars to their own gods there. This act had created a profound impression throughout the country, and the greatest astonishment was felt that Montezuma did not, at once, put his armies in motion to crush these profane and insolent strangers. A still greater sensation had been caused by the news that the Spaniards had destroyed all their floating castles, and that it was therefore evident that they intended to remain permanently in the land. This news greatly surprised Roger. The reports were unanimous that there were, at the utmost, but 300 or 400 of the whites, and that the Spaniards should dream of matching themselves against the whole force of Mexico seemed almost incredible. "How do the white men communicate with the natives?" Roger asked. "They have with them some slaves whom they obtained at Tabasco. Among them was one who was a Mexican by race. They say that the white men speak to another white man who understands the language of Tabasco, and that he speaks to this young woman, who speaks in Mexican what she is told. She is treated with great honor by the white men." "What is her name? Did you hear?" "The natives say she is called Malinche, but the white men call her Marina." "That is good news indeed, Bathalda," Roger said, "for when I was at Tabasco I knew a Mexican slave girl of that name, and if it is the same she will befriend us." It was nearly 3 weeks before Roger again obtained news. Bathalda had injured his leg in a fall down a precipice while stalking a deer, and was obliged to lie up in the hut for more than a fortnight. As soon as he was well enough to get about again, he joined Roger in a turkey hunt, and started the next day for the city. He returned with surprising news. The white men had marched from the coast through Naulinco and the pass of Obispo. They had been everywhere well received by the natives, who all belonged to the Totonac tribe. They had gone to Yatacamaxtitlan, a great city, where they had stayed 3 days. They had then marched on towards Tlascala, the republic that had so long resisted the strength of all Mexico. They were said to number 400 foot and 15 strange creatures, who were partly man and partly some fleet animal, and they had 7 great black tubes that made thunder. 1,300 Totonac fighting men accompanied them, and 1,000 porters to drag the tubes and carry their baggage. They had sent embassies to the Tlascalans, but the latter had chosen war, and there had been some terrible battles fought. But the white men were invincible, and had defeated the Tlascalans with great slaughter, and the news had arrived only that morning that they had captured the city. The sensation throughout the country was that of stupefaction. It seemed absolutely incredible that a state which had successfully defied the armies of Montezuma and his predecessors should, after 4 or 5 days of fighting, be overthrown by this handful of white strangers. There seemed but one comfort. It was said that several of the whites had been killed, and this showed at least that they were not superhuman creatures, and that it might yet be possible to destroy them. No sooner did Roger hear the news than he determined to start at once to join the Spaniards, who were already far to the west. Accordingly, the next morning at daybreak, he started with Bathalda, and late on the following afternoon arrived in sight of Tlascala. They thought it better not to enter the city until the following morning, and therefore passed the night in a clump of bushes. The next day they boldly entered the town. The city was a large one, divided into 4 quarters separated by lofty walls, and each ruled over by one of the 4 great chiefs of the republic. Its population was very large, and the town was strongly and solidly built. At ordinary times, the appearance of 2 seeming Aztecs in the streets would have been the signal for their instant destruction, but at the present time the people were solely occupied with the presence of their white conquerors, with whom, as Roger soon learned, they had made treaties of friendship, and whom they now viewed as friends and allies. The whole of the Spaniards were lodged in one of the palaces. The crowd of people proceeding in that direction was a sufficient index to its position, and Roger and his companion, joining the throng, were soon in front of the palace. Some Spanish soldiers were standing as sentries at its gate, but none came out or mixed with the people, Cortez having given the strictest orders that they should remain in their quarters, as he feared that, did they go abroad, some brawl might arise between them and the inhabitants, and so break the newly formed alliance, which was of the most extreme importance to them. Presently some Spanish officers and several richly dressed chiefs came out from the palace. The people raised a shout, and it was evident to Roger that, in spite of the terrible losses suffered by their troops in the attacks upon the white men, their admiration for their visitors far outweighed any animosity for the defeats inflicted upon them. Near the officer, whom Roger judged to be the leader of the expedition, were an elderly man and a young woman. The Spaniard addressed the old man, who spoke to the girl, and she translated it to the chiefs. Roger recognized her at once. It was certainly his friend, the slave girl of Tabasco. In the 8 months since he had seen her, she had grown to complete womanhood, and now, richly attired as she was, and evidently regarded as a person of great importance, both by the Spaniards and the native chiefs, carried herself with an air of confidence and pride, and was, Roger thought, the most beautiful woman he had seen in Mexico. As the party moved down the steps of the palace and along the street, evidently discoursing on some important business, Roger followed them closely. He waited until Malinche happened for a moment to be at the outside of the party, then he pressed forward and said to her, "Malinche, do you remember your white friend?" She looked up, and would have cried out with astonishment had he not touched his lips. "I want to speak with you alone first. Where can I meet you?" "In an hour I shall be able to slip away from their meal," she said. "Be near the palace gate." Roger at once fell back into the crowd, and soon took an opportunity to extricate himself from it, and to go down a side street. He and Bathalda then ascended to the top of the wall, where they were likely to be undisturbed, and waited there for an hour. They then went back to the palace. The square in the front of it was almost deserted now, for the Spaniards had retired half an hour before, and were not likely to appear again until the evening, especially as it was known that, at noon, there was to be a great council held in the palace. 10 minutes later Malinche appeared at the entrance. As soon as her eyes fell on Roger, she raised her hand, and, leaving Bathalda, he at once went up to her. The two sentinels looked with some surprise at this tall native, but as they saw that he was known to Malinche, they offered no opposition to his entering the palace with her. She led him down some corridors, and then out into a garden. As soon as she saw that they were in a spot where they could not be overlooked, she turned and seized his hands, and would have pressed them to her forehead had not Roger prevented her doing so, and put her hands to his lips. "Ah," she exclaimed, "how happy you have made me today! I have wondered so much how it has fared with you, and have dreamed at night, so often, that you were being sacrificed on the altars of the gods. I have thought of you very often also, Malinche, and I was surprised indeed when I heard that you, for I felt sure that it was you, were with the Spaniards, and were not only an interpreter, but in high honor with them." "But why do you not join them?" she asked. "Why do you come to me first? What can I do for you? I will take you at once to Cortez, and when I tell him that you are my friend, and were so kind and good to the slave girl, he will welcome you most warmly." "Yes, Malinche, but that is why I wanted to see you first alone. You remember that I told you all about the Spaniards, and how they owned the islands, and would some day surely come to Mexico, but that I belong to another white people who are forbidden by the Spaniards, under pain of death, to come to these parts. They must not know that I am not of their nation. You see, I cannot speak their tongue. I see that you have learned it fast, for I saw Cortez speaking to you." "What are we to do then?" the girl asked with a puzzled look. "When they find that you cannot speak their language, they will, of course, see that you are not of their people." "Yes, Malinche, but they might think that I had forgotten it. That is just where I want you to help me. If you take me to Cortez, and tell him that, years ago, a ship was wrecked on the coast of Tabasco, and that all were drowned except a little white boy, and that he was brought up at Tabasco, and that you were great friends with him until he was sold to some Mexican traders, they will think that I have altogether forgotten my native language. They are not likely to ask you how many years ago it is, or how big I was then, and will imagine that I was quite a child, and that I belonged to a Spanish ship, for they will not dream of an English vessel having been in these parts. When you introduce me to Cortez, you must tell him that I have quite forgotten the language, save a few words, for I picked up a few sentences when in their ports." "They will easily believe that you may have been wrecked," said Malinche, "for they rescued a man who had been living many years among a tribe at Yucatan, to the west of Tabasco. There were other white men living among them, though these they could not recover. You saw him by me this morning. He is an old man, a priest, and he translates from the Spanish into the Yucatan dialect, which is so like that of Tabasco that I can understand it. And then I tell the people in Mexican." "There will be no difficulty at all. Cortez and the Spaniards know that I love them, and they trust me altogether, and I am able to do good to my country people, and to intercede with them sometimes with Cortez. Now tell me what has happened since I last saw you." Roger gave her a sketch of what had happened in Mexico, and how he had escaped, by flight, from being sacrificed. "It is terrible, these sacrifices," Malinche said, shuddering. "I did not think so in the old days, but I have learned better from the Spaniards and from their priests, and I rejoice that the white men will destroy these horrible idols, and will teach the people to worship the great God and his Son. They will suffer, my heart bleeds to think how they will suffer, but it will be good for them in the end, and put a stop to rivers of blood that flow every year at their altars." Although Roger was not imbued with the passion for conversion which animated the Spaniards, and led them to believe that it was the most glorious of all duties to force their religion upon the natives, he had been so filled with horror at the wholesale sacrifices of human victims, and the cannibal feasts that followed them, that he was in no way disposed to question the methods which the Spaniards adopted to put a stop to such abominations. But for the friendship of Cacama, he would himself assuredly have been a victim to these sanguinary gods. He and his father had, like the Beggs and many other of his friends at Plymouth, been secretly followers of Wycliffe, but they were still Catholics. They believed that there were many and deep abuses in the Church, but had no thought of abandoning it altogether. The doings of the Inquisition in Spain were regarded by all Englishmen with horror, but these excesses were as nothing to the wholesale horrors of the Mexican religion. He talked for some time with Malinche, and saw that she was completely devoted to the Spaniards, and regarded Cortez as a hero, almost more than mortal, and was in no slight degree relieved at observing that, although ready to be friendly in every way, and evidently still much attached to him, the warmer feeling which she had testified at their parting no longer existed, but had been transferred to her present friends and protectors. "Come with me," she said at last. "The meal will be over now. I will take you to an apartment near the banqueting hall, and will leave you there while I tell Cortez about you, and will then lead you to him." Seeing how confident Malinche was as to the reception she could procure for him, Roger awaited her return to the chamber where she had placed him, with little anxiety. In a quarter of an hour she returned, and beckoned him to follow. "I have told him," she said. "It did not seem to him strange that some vessel should have been driven by the storms and wrecked here. He asked no questions as to how many years ago it was. I told him you were a young boy at the time, and have forgotten all but a few words of the language, and how, when you grew to be a man, you were sold to some Mexican merchants, and would have been sacrificed to the gods had you not made your escape." As I had told him before that there had been a white man living at Tabasco who had been very good to me, he was not surprised at the story. She took Roger to an apartment in which Cortez and several of his principal officers were standing. As Malinche had told them that he was painted and disguised as a native, they were not surprised at his appearance, although his height, which was far beyond that attained by Spaniards, somewhat astonished them. Roger approached the group, and at once fell on one knee before Cortez, took his hand and kissed it. Cortez raised him and embraced him warmly. "I am delighted to find another of my countrymen," he said, "and all the more since Marina tells me that she knows you well, and that you were most kind and good to her." "Senor," Roger said in broken Spanish, "I do not understand. I have forgotten." "You will soon recover it," Cortez said. "Tell him, Aquilar, that he will soon learn to speak his native language again." The interpreter repeated the words to Roger in the Yucatan dialect, adding that he himself had been a prisoner for 8 years among the natives, and that, although a man when captured by them had with difficulty spoken Spanish when restored to his friends, but it had now quite come back to him. "You were but a boy when you were wrecked, Marina tells me," Cortez said. "Only a boy," Roger repeated, when Marina translated this to him. "Do you remember anything of Spain?" Cortez asked. Roger shut his eyes as if considering. "I seem to have a remembrance," he said, "of a place with great many ships. It was a city built on a rock rising from the sea. It had high walls with great guns upon them, which fired sometimes, with a terrible noise, when vessels came in and out." When this was translated by Aquilar, Cortez said, "It was Cadiz, of course. Doubtless the ship he was wrecked in sailed from that port." A murmur of assent passed round the other Spaniards. "Show him a cross, Aquilar. See if he remembers his religion." Aquilar took out a cross from under his doublet, and held it out towards Roger, who, after looking at it for a moment, fell on his knees and kissed it. "He remembers much, you see," Cortez said. "Father Aquilar, you will succeed soon in making a good Catholic of him again. Well, gentlemen, I think we may congratulate ourselves upon this new companion. Every arm is of assistance, and if he is as brave as he is big and strong, he will prove a doughty comrade. Besides, he will be able to tell us something of Mexico, although, as Marina says, he was only once at the capital. Question him, Aquilar, and find out from him whether its magnificence is as great as we hear." Roger told all he knew of the capital, and said that, although he himself could not say more than that it was a great city, he had heard that its population was nearly 300,000, and that it certainly seemed to him fully 3 times as that of Tezcuco, where he said there were 100,000 people. "And it stands on an island in a lake?" Cortez asked. "There are 3 causeways leading to the land, each wide enough for 6 horsemen to ride abreast," Roger replied. "But it would be a difficult thing to force an entrance by these in the face of Montezuma's army." "Well, gentlemen," Cortez said, "it is time for us to be going to the council. Marina, do you take your friend to my private apartment, and bid Juan furnish him with a suit of clothes, and with armor, from that belonging to our friends who fell in the fights the other day. We will soon make a true cavalier of him." As soon as Roger was equipped, he went out to the steps of the palace, and presently descried Bathalda in the crowd. He beckoned to him, and, taking him into the garden, had a long talk with him. He would have rewarded him largely for his services, but Bathalda refused to accept anything. "I came at my lord's orders," he said, "and am rejoiced to have been of service to one who is at once so kind, so strong, and so valiant." "As you will. We shall have further opportunities of meeting, Bathalda. Do you now make your way back to Tezcuco. Tell your lord all that has happened, and that I am with the Spaniards, and shall accompany them if, as I believe, they go forward to Mexico. That I hope to see all my friends again before long, and that I always think of their kindness to me." End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of With Cortez in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. With Cortez in Mexico by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 13. The Massacre of Cholula. The Tlascalans had, from the moment when they admitted themselves beaten by the Spaniards, laid aside all hostility, and had, indeed, accepted the alliance with enthusiasm. They had a right to be proud of their own valor, for they had resisted all the attempts of the great Aztec monarchy to conquer them, and had defeated with slaughter greatly superior forces, and that a mere handful of white men should be able to withstand their attacks day after day, and to defeat their best and hardiest troops, led by generals who had hitherto been always successful, excited their surprise and admiration in the highest degree. They were not gods, they knew, for some had been killed in the conflict, but as men they seemed to them infinitely superior in strength and courage to any that they had before heard of, and they were proud to enter into an alliance with such heroes. Moreover, they saw they would now have an opportunity of turning the tables upon their enemies of the plains. They did not believe for a moment that Montezuma would admit the white men to his capital, and in that case there would be great battles, and perhaps much plunder to be gained. And therefore, when the Spaniards were again ready to advance, the whole fighting force of Tlascala was placed at their disposal. Cortez, however, declined to take with him so large an army. The appearance of such a force, composed of the bitter foes of the Aztecs, would have combined against him the whole strength of that empire, and would have destroyed any hope that might remain of peaceful arrangements. Moreover, the difficulty of feeding so large a body of men would be great, indeed, and as his authority over them would be but feeble, constant broils with the Aztecs would be the inevitable result. He, therefore, with many thanks, declined the offer, but said that he would gladly take with him a force of 6,000 volunteers. The first march was to be to Cholula, whose people had sent a warm invitation to Cortez to visit them, and Montezuma, by his last envoys, also requested them to journey forward by way of that city. The Tlascalans had strongly urged him to refuse the invitation. The Cholulans were, they said, a treacherous people and not to be trusted. They were bigoted beyond the people of other cities, Cholula being the holy city of Anahuac. It were here the god Quetzalcoatl had remained for 20 years on his way down to the coast, instructing the people in the arts of civilization. Here was the great temple of the god, a pyramid whose base covered 44 acres and whose height was 180 feet, the platform on its summit, where the sacrifices took place, being an acre in size. Cortez, however, decided upon visiting Cholula. He deemed the reports of the Tlascalans to be prejudiced, as there was a long-standing animosity between the two peoples, and he thought that, were he to avoid visiting this important town, which lay almost on his road to Mexico, it might be set down by the Aztecs to distrust or fear. The departure from Tlascala was witnessed by the whole of the population of the state, who assembled to bid the white men farewell and to wish them success upon their way. A day's march took them to within a mile or two of Cholula. Here they were met by many nobles from the city, who urged them to enter it that evening. But Cortez, bearing in mind the warnings he had received, and thinking it dangerous to enter the streets of an unknown and possibly hostile city after dark, declined to move forward until morning. Seeing the hostility and distrust excited in the minds of his visitors at the sight of the Tlascalans in his camp, he ordered his allies to remain in camp when he advanced in the morning, and to join him only when he left the city on his way to Mexico. The Spaniards, as they entered Cholula, were greatly struck with the appearance of the city and its inhabitants, it being a very much larger and more highly civilized place than any they had yet met with. The buildings were large and handsome, the streets wide, the population very large, and exhibiting in their dress every sign of wealth and luxury. There was, too, a great variety among the population, for, as it was the sacred city of the empire, people from all other parts were in the habit of making pilgrimages there. And most of the towns had their own temples and establishments. So numerous were the temples that fully 200 towers could be counted, rising above the city, with the stupendous pyramid towering above them all. The Spaniards were quartered in the court of one of the temples, and in the surrounding buildings. As soon as they were established there, the principal nobles of the town paid them visits of ceremony, and presents of everything necessary for their comfort and accommodation, and stores of provisions of all kinds poured in. Roger had, in the line of march, taken his place among the troops, but Cortez directed that he should, at other times, be near at hand to him, as he alone of those in the army had any personal knowledge of the country they were to traverse, and could give information as to the size of the towns, the nature of the roads, and the advantages which these offered, respectively, in the supply of provisions likely to be obtained, the facilities for getting water, etc. Cortez, therefore, Father Aquilar acting as interpreter, enjoined him to ramble about the city, releasing him from all guards and exercises. "Now that you are dressed like the rest of us," he said, "none will dream that you understand their language, and as you pass along they will express freely before you the sentiments they may entertain of us. I do not expect them to love us, and doubtless, though they may flatter us to our faces, they curse us heartily behind our backs. But we care nothing for their curses or their ill will, so long as they do not proceed to plots and conspiracies against us. They seem courteous and friendly, and I think that the Tlascalans have spoken far too strongly against them. Nevertheless, we will be on our guard. These men are not like our mountain friends, who were rough fighters, but hardy and honest people. They are traders, or nobles, or priests, accustomed to let their faces hide their thoughts, but through you we may get nearer to them than we otherwise should do. But go not alone. One man can easily be jostled into one of the temples and made away with, without any being the wiser. I will choose 2 comrades for you, men of discretion, and courageous without being quarrelsome. With them, too, you will, ere long, begin to recover your mother tongue, which you will never do so long as you only talk these heathen languages with Marina and Father Aquilar." Cortez struck the table with his hand, and an attendant entered. "Summon Juan Alganes and Pedro de Gasconda." In a minute 2 men entered. Juan was a weather-beaten soldier, whose face bore the marks of several deep scars, and who had fought for Spain on most of the battlefields of Europe. Pedro was young enough to be his son. Juan had saved his life in a fight with the natives of Cuba, and since then they had been inseparable. "Juan, I have sent for you to ask you and Pedro to take our new comrade into your party. I know you are always together, and that you are quiet and peaceable, and not given either to quarrel in your cups or to spend your evenings in gambling and dicing. He has, as you know, almost forgotten his own language, and it will be for our advantage, as well as his own, that he should learn it as soon as possible, for as he knows the country and people, it is well that he should be able to communicate with the rest of us, without having to hunt up an interpreter. But that is not the principal thing just at the present moment. We know not whether the people of this city mean treacherously towards us or not. They will not speak in the presence of Donna Marina or of the good father here, knowing that they are acquainted with the language. But as they will not imagine that this tall Spanish soldier can know aught of what they say, they will not mind speaking out their thoughts before him. Therefore, while he is here, it is his duty to wander about the streets and learn what the people are saying and what they think of us. But here, as elsewhere, I have ordered that not less than 3 men shall go out together. I have chosen you to accompany him. You will be free from all other duty." "That we will do, right willingly," Juan said. "It is pleasanter to walk about the streets and look at these strange peoples than it is to be cooped up here. As to the other part of the business, we will do what we can towards teaching him Spanish. But as to being our comrade, that must depend upon himself. I like the young fellow's looks much. He looks honest and straightforward, though where he got that light wavy hair and that fair skin from I can't guess. They are rare enough in Cadiz, where I heard one say that he came from." "We don't know that he came from there, Juan. He may have come from the mountains of Biscaya, where fair skins are commoner than they are in the south. It is only that he described to us a port, which must have been Cadiz, as the last thing he recollected in Spain." "Ah, well, his skin matters nothing," the soldier said. "His face is an honest one, and as to height and strength, one could wish no better comrade. He is young yet, not more than 19 or 20, I should guess, but I will warrant that there is not a man in the expedition he could not put on his back, if it came to a tussle. At any rate, we will try him. What do you say, Pedro?" "I like his looks," the young fellow said. "At any rate, we are not like to quarrel with him. As to more than that, we can say better when we know more of each other." Father Aquilar, who had listened attentively to all that had been said, explained to Roger the purport of the conversation between Cortez and the men. When he had finished, Roger held out his hand to the 2 soldiers and gave them a hearty grasp, expressive of his willingness to join in the arrangement that had been made. "He will do, General," Juan said. "We will look after him, never fear." Cortez gave orders that the 3 men were to be allowed to leave the quarters and go into the town at all times, without further question, and they at once started for a turn through the streets. "How are we to begin to teach this young chap to talk, Pedro? It is out of the regular line of duty altogether." Pedro shook his head. "I don't know, comrade. I have heard women teaching their babies to talk, but I should hardly think that would be the way with him." "No, no, that is quite different, Pedro. You see, the little ones have not got their tongues twisted rightly, and they can't talk plain, do as much as they will. But this young fellow could say plain enough what we told him. The question is, what are we to tell him? Suppose I say to him, 'They are a curiously dressed lot of people here.' Well, he might say it after me, but as he would not have an idea what we meant, I don't see that we should be getting any forwarder." Roger, however, had already gone through the work of learning the 2 native languages, and knew how to begin. He touched Juan's sword, and gave the Mexican word for it. "What does he mean by that, Pedro?" Roger repeated the action. "Perhaps he wants to know what you call your sword," Pedro suggested. "Perhaps it is that. I will try him anyhow." "Spada." Roger nodded and repeated the word after him, and then touched his own helmet. "This is what he means," Juan said, with great satisfaction. "What he has got to do is to touch things, and for us to tell him the names." "That is capital. I had no idea teaching a language was such easy work." However, after a few more words had been said and a method established, Roger had no more questions, his companions being now fully occupied in gazing at the houses, the temples, and the crowd in the streets, while he himself was busy listening to the remarks of the people. It was curious to him to hear everyone around freely discussing them, assured that no word they said was understood. Had he been vain, he would have felt gratified at the favorable comments passed on his personal appearance by many of the women and girls, but he put them down entirely to the fact that he differed more from them than did the Spaniards, and it was simply the color of his hair and the fairness of his skin that seemed wonderful to the Mexicans. "Ah," he heard one woman say to another, "I marked that tall soldier when they came into the town this morning. They are all grand men, and look wonderfully strong and brave with their arms and armor. I know that such fighters as these were never heard of before, for have they not, few as they are, beaten the Tlascalans? Who, as we all know, are good fighters, though they are little better than savages. But as to their faces, they were not what I expected to see. They are lighter than ours, but they are not white. But I noted this soldier. He is just like what I expected, just like what they said the white man, who has been at Mexico for some time, is like." "I am sorry for them," the girl said. "They say that Montezuma will offer them all up at the temples when he gets them to Mexico." "Perhaps they will never get there," a man standing next to her said. "At least, unless they enter the town as captives." "Perhaps some of them will stay here. Why should not our God have his share of victims, as well as the war god of Mexico?" The speaker was a priest who was scowling angrily at the 3 Spaniards, who, after stopping to look at the carving over the gate of a temple, were now moving on again. But although Roger heard occasional remarks that showed it was the opinion of the inhabitants that Montezuma had only allowed these strangers to enter his country for the purpose of destroying them, there was no general feeling of hostility to them, the satisfaction at the defeat they had inflicted upon Tlascala far outweighing any other feeling. After wandering about for some hours, the party returned to their quarters, where Roger gave, through Malinche, to Cortez an account of what he had noticed. "There is nothing new in that," Cortez said. "We know that Montezuma has done all in his power to prevent us from coming, and that now he knows he has wasted his treasures in vain. He must feel no good will towards us. However, we shall be prepared for him. But continue your search. There may be a change come. Montezuma may even now be preparing to crush us. If so, as soon as the people here know it, you will see a change in their demeanor. The priests are all powerful here, and the devils whom they worship are sure to set them on to do us mischief, if they can. Therefore, relax not your watchfulness. Marina and yourself are the only two among us who understand their language, and it is upon you both that we have to depend, to shield us from treachery. Against an open assault I have no fear, but in a crowded town like this, an attack at night might be fatal." Cortez had, indeed, taken the precaution upon his arrival of stating to the nobles that, as it would be inconvenient for Marina to reside in buildings occupied solely by men, he should be glad if one of their wives would receive her as a guest, and she was accordingly installed at once in the house of one of the principal nobles. Some days passed, as Cortez was waiting for the arrival of a fresh embassy from Montezuma. During that time, Roger was unable to detect any change in the attitude of the population. The Spaniards were greeted courteously when they went abroad, and their leaders were entertained at fetes and banquets by the nobles. Roger and his two comrades were well satisfied with each other. Juan was a taciturn soldier, but he was amused at the efforts of Pedro and Roger to converse. "I am glad, Pedro," he said, on the third day of their making acquaintance with Roger, "that this young fellow has joined. If I had had my will, I should have said nay when Cortez proposed it. But it is good for you, lad. It is well enough for an old soldier like me to toil along all day without speaking, under a burning sun, and to say but little, even over his cup of wine, at the end of the march. But it is not good for a lad like you. You were getting old before your time. I could sing a song and dance a measure with the best of them when I was at your age, and you see what has come of my campaigning, for, like yourself, I took to an old soldier for a comrade. This young fellow seems to have a cheerful spirit, and when he can talk our language well, will be a gay companion, and will do you good." "Yes, and do me good too, Pedro. You are too apt to get into my moods, and be silent when I am silent, and thus I make you dull, while you do not make me bright. Only I want to see this young fellow at work, before I quite give him my heart. I believe that he will bear himself bravely. It were a shame, indeed, if there should be faint heart in a body of such thews and muscle. Truly he is a stately figure, and has the air of the great noble rather than a rough soldier. But that, I take it, comes from his being brought up among these Mexicans, who, though in most respects ignorant, carry themselves with much dignity, and with a stately and gentlemanly manner, such as one sees in Europe, chiefly in men of good blood." On the evening of the fourth day, the embassy arrived from Montezuma. The emperor had apparently again changed his mind, for he expressed his regret at their determination to visit the capital, and begged them to relinquish the idea. Upon leaving Cortez, the ambassadors had an interview with several of the chief nobles of Cholula. They left for the capital again in the night. The next morning a change was visible in the behavior of the people. They no longer visited the Spanish quarters, but held aloof from them. The nobles, upon being invited to come to see Cortez, sent in excuses on the ground of illness, or that they were about to undertake a journey, or other pretexts, and the supply of provisions sent in fell off greatly. Roger and his comrades also marked a great difference in the manner of the people in the streets. The buzz of talking and laughing was hushed as they approached. People turned away, as if desirous of avoiding the sight of them, the priests regarding them with an insolent air. On one or two occasions they were roughly jostled, and on arriving at the end of a street, the people gathered round, and by words and gesture told them to go no farther. Cortez had particularly enjoined in Roger and his companions against embroiling themselves in any way with the people, and they therefore suffered themselves to be turned back without exhibiting any air of concern. But Juan muttered many oaths beneath his mustache, and Roger and Pedro had difficulty in restraining their anger. Cortez looked very grave upon hearing Roger's report on their return. "I fear that treachery is intended," he said, and if I did but know it, I would be beforehand with them. You had best not go abroad again, for it may be their intention to provoke a quarrel by an affray in the streets. I will send some of the Campoalans who are with us out. They will be less observed, and may find out what is going on." "I think," Marina said, "that if we go up to the flat roof, we may see something of what is going on. This house is more lofty than most." Cortez, with Roger and the girl, ascended to the roof. From it they commanded a considerable prospect. On some of the roofs they could make out bodies of men at work, but these were too far off to see what they were doing. In the evening the Campoalans returned, and said that they had come upon barricades erected across several of the streets, and that on many of the roofs great stores and beams of timber were piled, while they had discovered holes dug in the streets, and covered with branches, and apparently intended to entrap cavalry. A portion of the troops were ordered to remain under arms all night, in case of attack, but the city remained quiet. In the course of the following day, some Tlascalans came in from their camp, and informed Cortez they had heard that a great sacrifice of children had been offered up in one of the temples, a custom which prevailed whenever an enterprise of a serious nature was about to be undertaken. They said, too, that large numbers of the citizens, with their wives and children, were leaving the town by the various gates. The situation had now become very grave, and Cortez and his officers were at a loss to know what had best be done, as they had still no positive proof that treachery was intended. This proof was, however, furnished by Marina next day. The wife of the cazique had taken a great fancy to her, and urged her to take up her abode altogether at her house, hinting that it would be safer for her to do so. Marina at once pretended that she should be glad to leave the white men who held her in captivity, in order that they might use her as an interpreter. The Cholulan then gave her a full account of the conspiracy. It was, she said, the work of the emperor, who had sent rich presents by the ambassadors to the great nobles, and had urged upon them the necessity of making an end of the white intruders. 20,000 troops had been marched down to within a short distance of the city, and these were to enter and take part in the assault on the Spaniards. The attack was to be made as these left the city. The streets were to be barricaded, and impediments to prevent the action of the cavalry placed in the way, and the Spaniards were to be overwhelmed with the missiles from the roofs, while the troops would pour out from the houses to the attack. Some of the Spaniards were to be sacrificed at the altars at Cholula, the rest to be marched in chains to the capital, and there put to death. This scheme was unfolded to Marina in her apartment in the Spanish quarters, and she appeared to assent to the proposal that she should, that night, leave the Spaniards altogether. Making an excuse to leave the room for a few minutes, Marina hastened to Cortez and informed him of what she had heard. The cazique's wife was at once seized, and being in terror of her life, she repeated the statements she had made to Marina. The news was alarming indeed. The position of the Spaniards in the midst of a hostile city seemed well nigh hopeless. The barricades and pitfalls would paralyze the action of the cavalry and artillery. Every house would be a fortress, and under such difficulties even the bravery of the handful of Spaniards would avail but little against the overwhelming force by which they would be attacked. Before deciding as to the best course to be adopted, Cortez determined to obtain further confirmation of the story of the cazique's wife. He accordingly sent an invitation to 2 priests, who resided in the temple close to his quarters, to visit him. When they came, he received them most courteously, but informed them that, by the powers he possessed, he was perfectly aware that treachery was intended. He bestowed upon them some very valuable presents from the gifts he had received from Montezuma, and promised that none should be aware that he had received any information from them. The rich bribes had their effect, and the priests confirmed the report Marina had heard. They said that the emperor had, since their arrival, been in a state of vacillation, constantly consulting the oracles, and unable to make up his mind whether to fight them or to receive them with honor. He had, when he heard that they were going to Cholula, first issued orders that they should be well received, but since then the oracles had again been consulted, and had declared that Cholula would be the grave of the white men, for that the gods would assuredly lend their aid in destroying the enemies who had dared to violate the sanctity of the holy city. He had, therefore, ordered the attack to take place in the manner described, and so certain were the Aztecs of success that the manacles to secure the prisoners had already been sent to the city. Cortez dismissed the priests, telling them that he intended to leave the city the following morning, and requested that they would induce the principal nobles engaged in the plot to pay him a visit at once. As soon as the priests had left, he summoned his principal officers and disclosed to them the plot he had discovered. There was much difference of opinion between them. Some were in favor of returning at once to the friendly city of Tlascala. Others voted for still advancing, but by the northerly route their allies had recommended. But the majority agreed with their general that their only chance of safety was in taking a bold course, for that retreat would raise the whole country against them and ensure their destruction. When the nobles arrived, Cortez rebuked them mildly for their altered conduct and for the failure of supplies, and said that the Spaniards would no longer be a burden upon the city, but would march out on the following morning, and requested that they would furnish a body of 2,000 men to transport his artillery and baggage. As this suited admirably the designs of the natives, they at once agreed to furnish the required force. Upon their leaving, Cortez had an interview with Montezuma's ambassadors, who had accompanied him from the coast, and told them that he was aware of the treacherous plot to destroy him and his army, and that he was grieved to find that this vile act of treachery was instigated by Montezuma. The ambassadors, astounded at what appeared to them the supernatural knowledge of Cortez, and terrified at the position in which they found themselves, made earnest protestations of their entire ignorance of the scheme, and declared that they were convinced that the emperor was wholly innocent of it, and that it was entirely the act of the Cholulans. Cortez pretended to believe them, as he was desirous, as long as possible, of keeping up a semblance of friendship with Montezuma, and declared that he was willing to believe that, after the friendly messages and gifts the emperor had sent, he could not be guilty of such baseness and treachery. His anger, therefore, would be directed chiefly against the Cholulans, who were guilty not only of foul treachery to himself, but of dishonoring the emperor's name by their conduct. As soon, however, as the ambassadors had retired, a strong guard was placed over them, to prevent them from communicating with the citizens. Every precaution was taken, in case the plans of the enemy should be altered, and an attack made during the night. The guns were placed so as to command the approaches. The horses were kept saddled and ready for action. Strong guards were placed, and the troops lay down in their armor. Orders were dispatched to the Tlascalans to hold themselves ready to march into the city in the morning and join the Spaniards. As soon as daylight broke, the troops were under arms. A portion of those with the guns were posted outside the building, so as to sweep the streets. A strong body were told off to guard the 3 gates of entrance. The rest were drawn up in the great court, which was surrounded partly by buildings, partly by high walls. Soon after the arrangements were completed, the caziques arrived, having with them a body of men even larger than they had agreed to bring. As soon as they entered, Cortez called them to him, and informed him that he was acquainted with all the particulars of the conspiracy. He had come to that city upon the invitation of the emperor, and had given them no cause of complaint, and had left his allies outside the walls. Under the guise of kindness and hospitality, they had prepared a snare to cut off and destroy them. The Cholulans were astounded. It seemed to them useless to deny anything to men who could thus read their thoughts, and they confessed that the accusation was true. Cortez raised his hand. A gun gave the signal. A terrible volley was poured into the Cholulans, and the Spaniards then fell upon them with pikes and swords. The unfortunate natives, thus taken by surprise and penned up like sheep in the enclosure, scarcely offered any resistance. Some tried to escape through the gateways, but were repulsed by the troops stationed there. Others strove, but in vain, to scale the walls, and the only survivors of the massacre owed their lives to hiding under the great piles of dead. In the meantime, the Mexicans without, being made aware by the heavy firing of the failure of their plan of surprise, rushed from the buildings in which they had been stationed, and poured up to the assault. They were swept down by the discharges of the guns, but the places of the slain were rapidly filled, and with reckless bravery they pressed up to the Spaniards. Although Cortez, at the head of his cavalry, charged them again and again, so as to give the gunners time to reload. The struggle was still proceeding when the Tlascalans entered the gates of the city, and, coming up at a run to the scene of conflict, fell upon the rear of the Mexicans. These could no longer resist their terrible opponents, and, breaking their ranks, took refuge in the houses, or fled to the temples. One large body, headed by the priests, made a stand upon the great central teocalli. There was a tradition among them that, if its stones were removed, the god would pour out an inundation of water to overwhelm his enemies. The Cholulans tore down some of the stones, and when the expected miracle did not take place, were seized with despair. Many shut themselves up in the wooden towers on the platform of the summit, and poured down missiles on their foes as they climbed the great staircase. But the darts and arrows fell harmless upon the armor of the Spaniards, and when these gained the platform, they snatched up the blazing arrows shot at them and fired the turrets. The Cholulans fought to the last, and either threw themselves over the parapet or perished in the flames. In the meantime, many of the wooden houses in the town had caught fire, and the flames spread rapidly. The Spanish cavalry, charging through the street, trampled the Mexicans underfoot, while the Tlascalan allies gratified their long enmity against the Cholulans by slaying them without mercy. When all resistance had ceased, the victors burst into the houses and temples, and plundered them of their valuables. The sack continued for some hours, and then Cortez, at the entreaties of some Cholulan caziques who had been spared at the massacre, and of the Mexican ambassadors, consented to call off his troops, and 2 of the nobles were allowed to go into the town and to assure the surviving inhabitants that no further harm would be done to them if they would return to their homes. The Spaniards and Tlascalans were drawn up under their respective leaders. The division of the booty offered no difficulties. The mountaineers attached no value to gold or jewels, and were well content with wearing apparel and provisions, while to the share of the Spaniards fell the valuables taken. Cortez had given strict orders that no violence should be offered to the women or children, and his orders had been respected. But many of these and numbers of men had been made prisoners by the Tlascalans to carry away into slavery. Cortez, however, now persuaded them to liberate their captives, and so great was his influence that they acceded to his request. The dead bodies were now collected and carried outside the city by the inhabitants. Cortez, in his letter to the Emperor Charles, says that 3,000 were slain, but most contemporary writers put down the number of victims at 6,000, and some at even a higher figure. Order was promptly restored. The inhabitants who had left the town speedily returned, and the people of the neighborhood flocked in with supplies. The markets were reopened, and only the lines of blackened ruins told of the recent strife. The massacre was a terrible one, and is a stain upon the memory of Cortez, who otherwise, throughout the campaign, acted mercifully, strictly prohibiting any plundering or ill treatment of the natives, and punishing all breaches of his orders with great severity. The best excuse that can be offered is, that in desperate positions, desperate measures must be taken. That the plot, if successful, would have resulted in the extermination of the Spaniards, and that the terrible lesson taught was necessary to ensure the safety of the expedition. Moreover, a considerable portion of those who fell in fair fight, and after the action was over, the inhabitants were well treated. It must, too, be taken into consideration that the Spaniards were crusaders as well as discoverers, and that it was their doctrine that all heretics must be treated as enemies of God and destroyed accordingly. Such was not the doctrine of their church, for as the great historian Bede writes of King Ethelbert, he had learned from the teachers and authors of his salvation that men are to be drawn, not dragged, to heaven. Roger, with his 2 companions, had formed part of the force stationed outside the gates to resist the attack of the citizens, and he had taken his share in the fierce fighting that went on there. He was not free from the prejudices of his times, and the horrible sacrifices of the temples, and the narrow escape he himself had had in being offered up as a victim, had inspired him with a deep hatred of the religion of the people, although against them personally he had no feeling of hostility. Even in the height of the conflict, he felt pity for the men who, in their cotton armor, rushed so fearlessly to the attack of the iron-clad Spaniards, armed with their terrible weapons. But at the same time, he knew that if they were successful, the most horrible fate awaited him and his companions, and the treacherous plot, of which they had so nearly been the victims, excited the same feelings in his mind as in that of the Spaniards. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of With Cortez in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. With Cortez in Mexico by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 14, In Mexico. The terrible vengeance taken by the Spaniards at Cholula struck terror into the minds of the Mexicans. The white men had shown, in their conflict with the Tlascalans, how terrible they were in battle, and it now seemed that treachery was of no avail against them. The cities in the neighborhood of Cholula hastened to send messages expressive of submission to the terrible white warriors, accompanied by presents of all kinds. Montezuma saw, with awe and affright, that even the oracles of the gods could not be depended upon against these strangers, and that bribes, force, and treachery had alike failed to arrest their march towards his capital. Vast numbers of victims were again offered up on the altars, but no favorable responses were returned, for the priests, seeing how complete had been the failure of their predictions as to events at Cholula, were unwilling again to commit themselves. The emperor, consequently, sent fresh ambassadors laden with presents to Cortez, with assurances that he was in no way responsible for the attack upon them, and that he considered they had done well in punishing its authors. Cortez endeavored to induce the inhabitants of the city to embrace Christianity, and would have resorted to force here as at Campoala, but he was dissuaded by Father Olmedo, who, as on former occasions, urged that conversions effected by force were of little use, and that the cause would be injured rather than benefited by such measures. Christianity would, as a matter of course, result from the success of the Spaniards, and that success would be imperiled by exciting the animosity of the whole people by violence to their gods. As the great Teocalli had been captured in fair fight, and a large portion of its buildings burnt, Cortez converted a massive stone edifice that had escaped the flames into a church, and erected a gigantic crucifix on the summit of the teocalli, visible from all points of the city. A fortnight after his entrance to Cholula, Cortez again began to move forward. His Campoalan allies, who had fought with great bravery against the Tlascalans and had rendered him immense assistance upon the march, now asked to be allowed to return home. For much as they believed in the prowess of the whites, the dread of Montezuma's name was too great for them to dare trust themselves in his capital. Cortez dismissed them with many presents, and, with his Tlascalan army, set forward towards the capital. As they proceeded on their way, parties came in from various towns on the plateau with friendly messages. The enormous taxation imposed to keep up the luxurious court of the emperor pressed heavily upon the land, and the greater portion of the inhabitants hailed, with real satisfaction, the coming of a power that appeared likely to overthrow the Aztec tyranny. Had it not been for this widespread disaffection, the little army of Cortez would, in spite of its bravery and superior weapons, have been powerless against the vast hosts which could have been hurled against it. But the people of the empire in general regarded Mexico as its oppressor and tyrant, and hailed the opportunity of freeing themselves from its dominations. Cortez, except when the question of religion was concerned, was politic in the highest degree, and inspired all the natives who came to him with the full belief that, in him, they would have a kind and generous protector against Montezuma. Warm as were the assurances of friendship sent by that monarch, the Spaniards were well aware that no confidence could be placed in them. Their new friends, indeed, informed them that he was already preparing for an attack upon the Spaniards, and that the straight and level road had been blocked up, in order that they might be forced to take their passage through the mountains, where they could be attacked and overwhelmed at points at which their cavalry and artillery would be unable to act. On arriving, therefore, at the place where the roads had been blocked, Cortez caused the piled-up obstacles to be removed, and the army proceeded by the level road, where they felt confident in their power to defend themselves if attacked. Upon the march, Roger sometimes kept with Juan and Pedro, at other times walked beside Malinche, who, although wholly devoted to Cortez, had yet a warm and kindly feeling for her former friend. Cortez himself often consulted Roger as to the roads and places ahead, for he always received the native descriptions with some doubt, as he could not be sure whether they were honestly given. After passing across the plateau, the little army ascended the steep range of hills separating it from the table land of Mexico. The cold was sufficient to affect them seriously after the heat of the plains, and the difficulties of taking up the guns and their ammunition were great. This work was principally performed by the native allies, the Spaniards holding themselves in readiness to repel any attack that might be made upon them, in the forest-clad hills or in the deep defiles. But no foes showed themselves, and they at last gained the western slopes, whence the plains of Mexico burst into sight. The Spaniards stood astonished, as Roger had done on his first journey, at the beauty of the prospect. But the sight of the numerous cities, telling of an immense population, filled them with uneasiness, and a clamor presently arose that to march onward against such overwhelming odds was nothing short of madness, and that, having accomplished such vast things, they had done sufficient for honor, and should now return with the spoils they had captured to the coast. But, as before, the enthusiasm and influence of Cortez soon reanimated their courage. He and the other leaders went among them, and by argument and entreaty persuaded them again to form their ranks and press forward, and in a short time the army wound down from the heights into the valley. Happily for them, the ruler of Mexico was altogether dominated by superstitious fears. Against native enemies he had shown himself a resolute and valiant leader, had carried on numerous successful wars, and had by force of arms greatly extended his dominions. But against these strange white enemies his faculties seemed altogether to fail him. He had for years given himself up to the priesthood, and in this crisis, instead of consulting with his trusted generals, he was swayed wholly by the advice of the priests, and sought protection not from the armies at his command, but from the gods, whom he strove to influence in his favor by hecatombs of human victims sacrificed upon their altars. In the month that had elapsed since he joined Cortez at Tlascala, Roger had made considerable progress in Spanish, and although incapable of supporting a long conversation with his comrades, he could make himself understood in simple matters. His behavior at the fight in Cholula had gained him the respect of the old soldier, who, however, was not wholly satisfied with him. "The young fellow is no coward," he said to Pedro. "When the Mexicans were pressing us sorely, he fought as stoutly and well as any in our ranks. He is well skilled in the use of the sword, which is wonderful, seeing that the Mexicans, among whom he has been brought up, are but poor hands with that weapon. And both with thrust and point he showed himself perfectly at home with the heavy blade the general gave him. I saw him pressed at one time by 4 Mexicans together, and was making to his assistance, but there was no need for it. He ran one through the body, and with heavy downright blows well nigh cleft the heads of 2 others, and the 4th, with a cry of astonishment and fear, sprang back into the crowd. But though he fought so stoutly when attacked, he showed less ardor in the assault, and lagged behind when we were pursuing the enemy." "I like him none the worse for that, Juan," Pedro said. "He has lived among these people, and though I hear that, when they heard of our landing, they would have sacrificed him, and he had to fly for his life and fight hard to make his escape, he must in other respects look upon them without animosity, and doubtless he felt some pity for the poor wretches." "I felt some pity myself," Juan said, "but as they had intended so treacherously towards us, and proposed to put us all to a cruel death, I did not let my pity interfere with my sword arm." "Ah, but you have been accustomed to battles and bloodshed all your life, Juan. One does not take to the trade of killing all at once, and I like him none the worse that he was disinclined for the slaughter of the people among whom he had been brought up." "Well, we shall see," the old soldier grumbled. "It seems to me that when 200 or 300 men are fighting against a whole nation, and that nation proposes to cut all their throats on the altars of their gods, it is not a time for scruples. I approve of the orders the general gave, that no one was to injure women and children, and I heartily wish that such were always the orders. But when it comes to men who have set their minds upon killing me, I don't draw nice distinctions, and I just smite where I see a chance." The news that the Spaniards had crossed the mountains and had entered the valley completed the dejection and despair of Montezuma, and after shutting himself up in his palace and refusing food, he at last turned from the gods, from whom he could obtain no assistance, and summoned a meeting of his counselors. These were divided in opinion. Cacama was at the head of the peace party. He pointed out that, had they intended to oppose the advance of the white men by force of arms, the whole strength of the empire should have been dispatched to dispute the passage of the mountains. As that had not been done, they should now be received in friendly fashion, as the ambassadors of the great king whom Cortez claimed to represent. Some of the other counselors, led by Kuatlahua, Montezuma's brother, were in favor of turning out all the forces and repelling the invasion. But Cacama's counsel prevailed, and an embassy was dispatched under his leadership to greet the Spaniards and conduct them to the capital. The Spanish army advanced slowly. They halted for 2 days at Amacamacan, where they were well received and hospitably entertained, and presented with a considerable sum in gold. They then marched forward to Ajotzinco, a town standing at the southern extremity of Lake Chalco, and partly erected on piles rising from the lake itself. Here, as at Venice, canals took the place of roads, and all traffic was carried on in boats. Upon the following morning, a messenger arrived with the news that the King of Tezcuco was approaching, as an ambassador from the Emperor, and in a short time the royal procession approached the city. Cacama was borne in a magnificent litter, shaded by a gorgeous canopy, and was attended by a number of nobles and officials. As the palanquin neared the spot where Cortez was standing, Cacama left his litter and advanced towards him, saluting by touching the ground with his hand and raising it in the air. Cortez also advanced and embraced the young prince, who told him that he came as the ambassador of the Emperor to welcome him to his capital. An exchange of presents took place, and Cortez assured the prince of the friendliness of his intentions, and of the respect he entertained for the Emperor. Cacama then withdrew and returned at once to Mexico, while the army resumed its march. Roger did not make any attempt to approach the prince after his interview with Cortez. He knew that he would have received from Cuitcatl the news that he had surmounted the dangers of his journey and joined the Spaniards at Tlascala, and thought it would be better to defer presenting himself to the prince until he could do so more privately at Tezcuco. He considered it possible that Montezuma might have blamed Cacama for his escape, and that, if he were to greet him, it would be reported to the Emperor, who might regard it as a proof that there had been a secret understanding between them, and that Cacama had aided his flight. Crossing the causeway that divided the lake of Chalco from that of Zaquical, the army marched to Iztapalapan, a large town with a royal residence, governed by the Emperor's brother, Cuitlahua. The prince had assembled a number of the great nobles, and Cortez was received with great state and ceremony. And after the usual presentation of gifts, a banquet was served to the Spaniards in one of the great halls of the palace. After this, Cortez was conducted over the gardens, which were the finest in Mexico. They contained all the vegetable productions of the empire, with magnificent aviaries and a fish pond built of stone, nearly a mile in circumference. At daybreak next morning, that of November 8th, 1519, the Spaniards were mustered and again set forward. The 400 white troops led the way. They were followed by the baggage, after which came what was numerically the main portion of the army, 6,500 Tlascalan soldiers. Keeping on by the shore of the lake and crossing the narrow strip of land dividing the lake of Zoquical from that of Tezcuco, they arrived at the head of the great causeway running across the lake to the island on which the capital was built. The causeway was a massive construction, built of large stones laid in cement, and was wide enough to permit of 10 horsemen riding abreast. The shores of the lake on either side were closely dotted with towns and villages, and the lake itself was well nigh covered with the canoes and rafts of the natives. The Spaniards saw, too, with surprise and admiration, floating gardens, some of them of considerable extent, on the surface of the lake, covered with flowers and shrubs. The scene was the most beautiful that had ever met their eyes, and they were filled with delight and admiration. Halfway across the causeway they came across the fort of Xoloc. Here a massive stone wall, 12 feet high, crossed the dike, and stretched out onto the lake on either side. Towers were erected at its angles, and properly defended, it could have resisted the attack of an army. An archway gave passage through the wall. Here a great number of nobles were assembled, who welcomed the Spaniards with formal ceremony, and the army then marched forward along the dike till it reached a wooden drawbridge near the gate of the city. As they crossed this, a splendid procession was seen approaching. It was preceded by 3 great officers of state, bearing golden wands. Behind them the emperor himself lay in his palanquin, borne on the shoulders of nobles, with a canopy of rich featherwork sparkling with jewels above his head. Montezuma alighted when within a short distance, and with the canopy still carried over his head, and leaning upon his brother and nephew, he advanced towards Cortez. The general, dismounting, went forward with a few of his principal officers to meet him. The emperor received his guest with courtesy, and expressed his pleasure at seeing him in his capital, while Cortez replied with expressions of profound respect, accompanied by thanks for the superb presents that Montezuma had sent him. The emperor re-entered his litter, and the Spaniards followed, with music playing and colors flying. Although already familiar with Mexican architecture, they were astonished by the magnificence of the buildings that bordered the great streets along which they marched. Here were the mansions of the nobles, built of a red porous stone, and covering a large space of ground. The flat roofs were protected by stone parapets, and many of them were laid out as gardens. Between these mansions were broad terraces, which presented a mass of flowers. Here and there were great marketplaces, surrounded by porticos of stone, and above all the temples, with their towering pyramids, rose high in the air. Along the whole line, crowds of people watched the procession of the troops, gazing with surprise and admiration at the cavaliers on horseback, and at the flashing armor and arms of the Spaniards, and with wrath and indignation at the Tlascalan army, which followed in their rear. The street was in many places intersected by canals. Passing over these on light bridges, they at last reached a great square near the center of the city, on one side of which rose the huge temple of the war god of the Aztecs. Facing this was a palace of Montezuma's father, which had been appropriated by the emperor as quarters for the Spaniards. The emperor himself received them in the courtyard, presented Cortez with a magnificent necklace, and then, saying he would visit them later on, withdrew. The palace was large enough to afford accommodation for the whole army, and as it was surrounded by a massive stone wall, flanked with towers, Cortez saw, with satisfaction, that it could without difficulty resist any sudden attack. He placed sentries on the walls, and planted his cannon to command the approaches, and in order to prevent any chance of a quarrel arising, he forbade any soldiers to leave the palace without orders. A large number of Mexican slaves had been appointed to attend upon the strangers, and a meal was speedily served by them to the troops, who were then permitted to take a sleep for some hours during the heat of the day. The emperor paid another visit in the evening, and had a long conversation with Cortez, distributing a large number of rich presents among the Spaniards before leaving. After he had left, they celebrated their arrival in the city by a salute with their cannon, whose thunder added to the impression produced upon the natives by the tales they had heard of the prowess of their visitors, and heightened their belief in the supernatural powers of the Spaniards. The next day Cortez returned the emperor's visit. He was accompanied by a few of his principal officers and 5 or 6 soldiers. The palace was of immense size, built, like the rest of the houses, of red stone, and ornamented with marble. Fountains sparkled in the courts through which the Spaniards passed, and crowds of Aztec nobles thronged the squares and great halls. The walls of these apartments were hung with richly dyed cotton, or with draperies of gorgeous featherwork, while the fumes of incense rose up in clouds from censers. Montezuma, surrounded by a few of his nobles, received them, and Cortez at once opened to him what he considered to be the chief object of his enterprise, and through the medium of Marina expounded the doctrines of Christianity, and besought the emperor to turn from his false gods. As Montezuma had himself been a priest, and was an ardent devotee of his religion, it was scarcely to be expected that he would favorably entertain the proposal to change his religion. He answered courteously that, no doubt, the God of Cortez was good to the Spaniards, just as his own gods were good to him. What his visitors said of the creation of the world was similar to what he himself believed. His people had occupied the land but for a few years, having been led there by a great being who, after giving them laws, had withdrawn to the regions of the east. When he left, he had promised that he or his descendants would again visit them and resume his empire. The wonderful deeds of the Spaniards, their complexion, the fact that they came from the east, all showed that they were the descendants of this god. Your sovereign beyond the waters is, I know, the rightful lord of all. I rule in his name. You, Mallinson, are his ambassador, and you and your brethren shall share what I have." He then dismissed his visitors with fresh presents. Mallinson was the name by which Cortez was universally known by the natives. Malinche was ever with him, and they connected him with her and called him by the masculine form of her name. But gratified as the Spaniards were at the kindness of their reception, and within the munificent gifts showered upon them, they could not but feel that their position was a precarious one. They were in the center of a great city, with a warlike population. It was broken up by its canals, with their movable bridges, into a series of fortresses, and it would be well nigh hopeless to endeavor, by force, to make their way out of it. At present all seemed fair, but they were well aware that Montezuma had endeavored in every way, save by open war, to prevent their coming, and that, influenced as he was by the oracles of the gods, he might at any moment exchange his apparent friendship for open enmity. 2 days after arriving at the capital, Roger asked Malinche if she could obtain permission from the general for him to cross the lake to Tezcuco, in order that he might pay his friends there a visit. Presently she returned, saying that the general himself would speak to him. Roger had been named Sancho by the Spaniards, as he had not ventured to give his own name, and it was supposed that he had forgotten that which he had borne as a child. "Sancho," the general said, "I know from what Marina says that you have great intelligence, though you have so long been cut off from your own people. You see that our position here is a strange one. We are guests, and yet, to some extent, we are prisoners. The Tlascalans with us are hated by the Mexicans, and either between them and the natives, or maybe between some of my own soldiers and the citizens, a brawl might arise which would be used as a pretext for an attack upon us. As I feel that I can rely upon your discretion, I will tell you of some news that I received at Cholula, but which I have kept to myself. The natives on the coast have shown themselves hostile to the garrison of 150 men, whom I left there under Juan de Escalante. A chief near there sent in to tender his allegiance, and asked that 4 white men should be sent to escort him to the town. As soon as they got to him, 2 of them were murdered, but the other 2 managed to escape and made their way back. Don Juan marched with 50 of his men and several thousand Indian allies to attack the treacherous chief. There was a desperate battle. Our allies fled, but the soldiers stood their ground and, thanks to the aid of the Blessed Virgin, resisted all the attacks made upon them. But 8 of the men were slain, and Juan himself was mortally wounded. The Indian prisoners taken said that the attack, like that at Cholula, had been made by the orders of Montezuma. You may do us good service by finding out what are the intentions of the Mexicans. Therefore, by all means, carry out your intention of going across to Tezcuco. The young king is a nephew of the emperor, but he has suffered much at Montezuma's hands, and has been stripped of the greater part of his father's dominions. He can, therefore, hardly be friendly to him at heart. At any rate, you may be able to learn in conversation with him what are his sentiments towards us. Tezcuco was long the rival of Mexico, and as the alliance of the Tlascalans has proved of the greatest advantage to us, still more should we benefit if the Tezcucans were our friends. If we have to retire from Mexico, we might take refuge there. At any rate, if nothing else comes of it, you might learn from the king whether he is aware of any treachery meditated against us. He saved you, Malinche says, from Montezuma and the priests once, and would be likely, therefore, to warn you did he know that danger was impending. When Marina had translated this, Roger at once agreed to do his best to discover if any treachery were meant. "You had best go in disguise," Cortez said. "Donna Marina will make arrangements for a canoe to be here after nightfall, and by staining your face and putting on the attire of an Aztec noble, for which we have ample materials at hand, would not be noticed as you passed through the throng of yon boats on the lake. It would be best that you did not go as a Spanish soldier. You might be arrested on the road, and perhaps carried away and sacrificed at one of the altars. Once at Tezcuco, you must, of course, act in the matter as you think best." Marina, who was not, like the Spaniards, confined to the palace, had no difficulty in arranging for a canoe, and as soon as it became dark, Roger, dressed as an Aztec cazique, and with his face slightly stained, took his place in it. The lake was thronged with canoes, but the craft in which he was seated passed without notice through them, and after 2 hours' paddling reached Tezcuco. Telling the natives that they were to wait for his return, however long that might be, Roger proceeded to the palace. Avoiding the principal streets and squares, where his unusual height would attract attention, he passed unquestioned into the palace, amid the throng of chiefs and nobles who were entering or leaving it, and made his way to the apartment of Cuitcatl. It was empty, but, clapping his hand, the attendant who had before waited upon him entered. As Roger's attire was similar to the one he had worn while at Tezcuco, the man recognized him at once. Roger bade him go in search of Cuitcatl, and tell him privately that he was there, and beg him to come. In a few minutes Cuitcatl entered the room, and greeted Roger most heartily. "I am glad indeed to see you, my friend, and Cacama and the queen and the princess will rejoice also. There was great anxiety for you after your first escape, for the emperor was furious when he heard that you had slipped off. The priests had assured him that the sacrifice of a white man to the god of war would ensure his aid and protection against the white invaders. Runners were dispatched in scores to every town and village, and although I knew that Bathalda was familiar with every foot of the country, and would give his life for you, if needs be, it seemed impossible that you should be able to make your way through. Then came the news of your flight in the hills, how you had a bow that carried arrows to an unheard-of distance, and how, in a hand-to-hand fight, you had prevailed against a score of our soldiers. After that, you seemed lost. The officers commanding the troops were convinced that you had not descended the eastern slopes of the mountains, and the spies which were watching every movement of the white men on the coast reported that no white man had joined them. Therefore, it was supposed that you must have returned west of the range of hills, and every town and village was searched, and every grove and plantation examined. We were all very anxious for you, and it was not until a week after we had the news of the wonderful defeat of the Tlascalans by the white men that Bathalda returned with the message you sent us, and the news that you had joined the white men there. Since then we have, of course, heard nothing of you. Cacama said that he did not see you when he met Malinzin, but of course he did not examine the faces of the white soldiers, being occupied solely with their chief and the officers round him. But we all felt assured that we should hear from you shortly. So you have resumed your Aztec dress? I thought it better to do so for the purpose of coming here, Roger replied, for if the priests want a victim so sorely, it seemed to me that, if I ventured to leave the palace dressed in my Spanish garb, I might be seized and carried off. You are quite right, Cuitcatl agreed. The priests are furious against you all, and I cannot altogether blame them. Your general may, as he says, come as an ambassador from his king to Montezuma, and if he had orders to come to his court at all costs, he was not to blame if he fought his way whenever he was opposed. But this does not justify him in insulting our religion, and even assaulting and hurling down our gods at every opportunity. He even tried to persuade the emperor that our gods were false, and spoke insolently of them yesterday, when Montezuma conducted him, at his request, into the holy shrines. Cacama was one of the strongest advisers that a peaceful reception should be accorded to the white visitors, but even he is being greatly turned against them by their conduct towards our gods. Come, I will take you to the royal apartments, and leave you in a room where no one will enter, until I inform Cacama that you are here. A few minutes later, the young king entered the apartment where Cuitcatl had placed Roger, and embraced him with real affection. Truly, I am glad to see you again, Roger Hawkshaw. I am glad to see you for yourself, and I hail you as a counselor in the strange pass to which we have come. Here are Maclutha and my sister Amenche. The queen and the princess entered as he spoke, and each gave Roger their hand, which, bowing deeply, he raised to his lips, having before told them that this was the salutation among his own people to ladies of high rank. We did not think, Roger Hawkshaw, when we last parted, that we should meet again so soon. Who would have believed then that the little band of white men, of whose arrival upon the coast we had heard, would have made their way on to the capital when the emperor was bent upon preventing their coming? We have trembled for you, and have prayed the gods to protect you, and greatly did we rejoice when we heard from Cuitcatl's follower that you had surmounted all your dangers safely and joined the whites. It has been a strange time here since you left. I have been for the most part at the capital. The news that came from day to day of the progress of the whites filled everyone with surprise and consternation. We of the council met daily, but Montezuma passed his time at the shrines and among the priests. He was a brave warrior and a great general once, but he is no longer himself. My father's prophecy seems to have unmanned him, and he has given himself up wholly to superstition. I believe in our gods, and pay them due honor, but I do not hold that a man should not think for himself, or that he should trust wholly in the priests, who are but men like ourselves, and who are, methinks, but poor judges of worldly affairs, though wise and learned in matters concerning religion. Montezuma thinks otherwise, and the result is that no orders have been issued, no determination arrived at, and we have the disgrace of seeing a handful of strangers installed in the capital. Mind, my counsels have always been that they should be conducted honorably from the coast and treated as ambassadors, but we have done neither one thing nor the other. They have been loaded with gifts, but forbidden to come here. Yet since they came, in spite of orders, we have seemed as if we feared to meet them, and I blush at the thought of the treacherous plan to destroy them at Cholula. The gods had prophesied that they would find their grave there, but the gods were wrong, and it may be that the God of the whites is more powerful than ours. If not, how is it that they did not avenge the indignities offered to them by the whites at Cempoala, where their images were hurled down from their altars, and at Cholula, where the most sacred of all the temples was attacked and captured, and the emblem of the white god set up on its summit? You yourself, Roger Hawkshaw, warned us against these Spaniards. You said that they were cruel masters to the people they had conquered, and above all things cruel in the matter of religion, forcing all who came under their sway to accept their God under pain of death, and that they would slay even you, a white man like themselves, did they know that you did not belong to their people. Tell us what is to be done. Why are these men in our capital? What are their objects? Brave and strong as they are, they cannot hope to overcome a nation, or to force all Anahuac to forsake their own gods and to accept the God of the whites. I know not what are the designs of Cortez, the leader whom you call Malinzin. I should say the Spaniards are here with several motives. In the first place, there is the desire for wealth and spoil. In the second, religious ardor, the desire to bring all within the pale of their church. In the third place, the love of adventure. And lastly, the honor they will receive at the hands of their sovereign for opening so rich an empire to his arms. Do you not think, then, they intend to conquer us? Cortez cannot think of doing so with the means at his disposal, Cacama, but doubtless he has sent home reports of the richness of the country, and forces many times more numerous than those under his command may be sent out to his assistance. Does he know that you have come hither? Cacama asked suddenly. He does, Roger replied. I could not leave the palace without permission, and Malinche told him of the kindness I had experienced at your hands. He himself is uneasy at the position in which he finds himself, uncertain of Montezuma's intentions, and fearful of an assault, and he bade me to try to find out, as far as might be, what was the general opinion respecting the Spaniards. The opinion of the ignorant, Cacama said, with a contemptuous wave of the hand, is worth nothing. They go where they are led. They believe what they are last told. They shout when they are told to shout. They have no opinion of their own, upon aught but what relates to themselves. Among the nobles, the priests, and the learned, there is much division of opinion. At present we wait, but frankly at any moment a storm may follow the calm. The priests, who of course are bitterly hostile to the strangers, are without doubt working, and they have great power with all. But I should say that, on the whole, you are safer here with me than you would be across the water there. I do not mean that there is any immediate danger, but you must remember that Montezuma has been insulted and humiliated and made to appear small in the sight of the people. He is one of the proudest of men, and although at present he feigns friendship with the Spaniards, a moment will come when he will revolt against being thus bearded in his capital, and he has but to wave his hand for these invaders to be wiped out. However, let us talk of other matters at present. Of course, you are not thinking of returning tonight. I intended to do so, and the canoe in which I came is waiting for me." "We cannot think of letting you go," Cacama said decidedly. "I will send an official back with a message from you saying that you think you can do more here than by returning, and that you crave leave to stay for the present, but that you will come over in the morning and report to him all that you have learned here. You can leave here soon after daybreak, see your general, and be back again before the full heat of the day." As Roger was in no hurry to return, Cuitcatl went out to dispatch an official with the message to Cortez, or rather to Malinche, as the message would then be delivered privately to him. Whereas if Cortez were asked for, the man might be brought into his presence when engaged with some of his officers. Roger did not know whether the fact of his being away from the palace had been made public, for Cortez might consider it would cause discontent among some of his followers were it known that their last joined recruit was permitted to leave the town, whereas no one else was allowed to stir beyond the limits of their quarters. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of With Cortez in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. With Cortez in Mexico by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 15. Again at Tezcuco. Until a late hour in the night, Roger sat talking to Cacama and his family, although they had heard from Bathalda all that had happened from the time of their leaving Tezcuco to their arrival at Tlaxcala. He had to go over it again. Bathalda had told them that Roger had found a former acquaintance in Malinche, who was all-powerful with the white leaders, and Amenche asked many questions concerning her, how Roger had known her before, and for how long, what she was like, and why he applied to her instead of going straight to the white general. "You have heard me speak of her before," Roger said, in answer to the first question. "I told you that I had learned your language from a Mexican slave girl who was one of my attendants during the time I was at Tabasco. She was with me the whole time I was there, and if it had not been for learning the language from her and conversing with her, I do not know how I should have got through the time. I was sorry to leave her behind, and promised her that, if ever I got rich enough here, I would send and purchase her freedom." "You seem to have taken a strange interest in a slave girl," Amenche said. "It was natural that it should be so, Princess. I was little better than a slave myself. At any rate, I was a prisoner, and naturally took to the one person who was kind to me. We were companions and friends, rather than master and attendant, and directly I heard that she was with Cortez and had gained great influence with him, I naturally went to her." "Is she very beautiful?" "I used not to think her beautiful at all, when we were at Tabasco together, but she has changed greatly during the months that have passed since I saw her. Yes, I think she is certainly beautiful now, but not so beautiful as others I have seen." "But why did you go to her?" the girl again persisted. "Because I cannot speak the language of the Spaniards, and it was necessary, for my safety, for them to believe that I am one of themselves, rescued from some Spanish ship cast by a gale on their shores when I was a little lad. Had I gone to Cortez direct, he would probably have guessed, from my dress and from my speaking the language, that this is how I came to be here. But had I not seen Malinche before I saw him, she would have recognized me, and would no doubt have told Cortez that she had known me from the time I was cast ashore near Tabasco, somewhat over 2 years ago. He would then have known that I could not be a Spaniard, for if so, I could not, in so short a time, have lost my own language." Cacama now interposed, and asked many questions about Tlascala and its people. Some of the Tlascalan princes and caciques gave their daughters as wives to the Spaniards, did they not? 6 of them did so, Roger replied. The ladies were first baptized into the Christian religion, and then married by the priests to as many of the chief leaders of the Spaniards. "And what did you think of that?" Cacama asked. "I did not think much about it," Roger said, "for it was no business of mine, but that of the ladies and their friends. It was certainly a politic course, on the part both of Cortez and the Tlascalans, and bound the alliance more closely together. But methinks that, upon such work as the Spaniards are engaged in, a man were better without a wife, both for his sake and her own. A man who goes into battle with no one but himself to think of may take joy in the strife, for he knows that, if he fails, it makes no very great matter to anyone. But if he has a wife hard by, who will be left a widow if he is slain, it must be ever present to him while he is fighting. And though he may not fight less stoutly, it must cause him grievous anxiety, and take away the pleasure of fighting." "You have already told us that the white men are good husbands," the queen said. "I do not know that they are in any way better, in that respect, than your own people, Queen Maclutha. There are good and bad, men who treat their wives well, and men who neglect them." "But you told us that they only had one wife each," she said, "and that even kings are kept to this rule, as well as their humblest subjects." "That is so," Roger said. "One man, one wife, whatever his rank. There is no occasion for the palaces of our king to be as extensive as those of Montezuma. And if these officers who have married here were to return home and leave their wives behind them, could they not marry again?" "No," Roger said. "As the ladies have become Christians, and been married according to the rites of the church, they could not be lawfully set aside." "And you have no wife in England, Roger Hawkshaw?" Cacama asked. Roger laughed merrily. "Why, I was but a boy when I left home, and as far as marriage goes, I am but a boy still. We consider it young enough, if we take a wife at 25, and I lack 6 years of that yet." "You are a man," Cacama said gravely. "You are a man in size and strength, and a man in courage, as you well showed the other day when you were attacked by numbers of our best soldiers. You are thoughtful and prudent. Years go for nothing. You are a man, and even in years you are not, according to our customs, too young to marry. Now tell me, we have heard much of that bad business at Cholula. Tell me, do you think that there was treachery on the part of the people, or was it a mere pretext of the Spaniards to fall upon the inhabitants and sack the town?" "I am sure that treachery was intended," Roger said. "We learned it from 3 people, a lady and 2 priests, and the Cholula nobles themselves, when taxed by Cortez with their intention to fall upon us, admitted that the accusation was true. Besides, the whole people were under arms and ready to attack, and poured out under their leaders to the assault, the moment the first gun told that their intentions were discovered. No, there is no doubt whatever that a general destruction of the white men was intended, and although the punishment inflicted was terrible, I cannot say that it was not justified under the circumstances. Moreover, we knew that there was a Mexican army lying but a short distance away, in readiness to enter the town and join in the attack against us. It was a terrible error, as well as a crime on the part of the emperor, if it be true that he was concerned in it," Cacama said. "If so, he took no one here into his council, but acted wholly on the advice of the priests. That is where the general considers the danger lies. He would trust the caciques, for men of rank in whatever country are faithful to their word, and do not pretend friendship when they mean hostility. Were Montezuma guided by them, there would be no fear of treachery, but as he has given himself to the priests, and they can, by means of the oracles, persuade him to almost anything, Cortez feels that the danger is great. "Well, now, we had better to rest," Cacama said, rising. "You are to start with the first streak of light, so as to be back before the sun is high, and it is long past midnight now. Cuitcatl, it would, I think, be well for you to accompany our friend. A rumor may have got abroad that he is again our guest, and those who longed for his blood before may long for it again. I would not that he should cross the lake unattended." "I was about to propose doing so," the young noble said. "I know the priests, and can guess that, at present, a white victim is what they most of all desire. Therefore, I will certainly accompany him to Mexico." Roger and his Mexican friend were taken across the lake in a canoe, rowed by 4 strong men. It was one of the private canoes of the palace, without the royal insignia, used for the conveyance of messengers, and built for speed. She took them across to the capital in a very short time, and entering one of the canals, landed them close to the palace occupied by the Spaniards. The sentry at the gate was surprised at the height of the young Aztec chief who approached, and did not recognize him until he spoke. Even then he would not let him pass until he called an officer. "I have been absent by the order of the general," Roger said. "I have no doubt it is all right," the officer said, "but I must take you to him." Cortez had only just risen, for the hour was still very early, and the sun was but now showing himself over the mountains to the east. He was taking a cup of chocolate. "That is all right," he said to the officer, as soon as he saw Roger. "Sancho has been absent upon my orders." He then called Malinche from an adjoining room. "You are back earlier than I expected," he said, as soon as the interpreter entered. "Have you any serious news?" "No, General. Cacama is himself friendly. He is unaware of any treacherous designs on the part of the emperor, but admits that the situation is a critical one, and that it is possible the influence of the priests may again induce Montezuma to take a hostile action." "Do you think we could count upon him as an ally?" "I think not, sir, although I have not as yet sounded him. Cacama has been very badly treated by Montezuma, and he by no means approves of the emperor's conduct throughout this matter. But I think that his patriotism would overcome his sense of private wrong. I can tell you more farther on. Cacama has invited me to stay with him for the present, and I think I might be of more use to you there than here." "I think so too," Cortez said, "and indeed you have not yet entered my band regularly. Like the rest, it is right that you should have freedom of action, especially as you are the only man among us who knows anything of the Mexicans, for even Marina knows nothing of this side of the mountains." "Don't you think that you will run great risk in staying there alone?" Marina asked, on her own account. "Some danger, no doubt, Malinche, but I shall be on my guard, and Cacama will take precautions for my safety. Even the priests would not venture to seize me in his palace, and the Tezcucans are far less bigoted than the people of this city." "I do not think he will be in much greater danger there than he would be here," Cortez said, when these remarks were translated to him. "We are all in danger. We are sitting on a mine that may explode any minute. The young fellow is sharp-witted, and with his knowledge of the language and the people, can be trusted to take care of himself. Sancho, if anything should happen to us, and you should hear that we have been destroyed, I charge you to carry the news to the coast, and to order in my name that all shall embark on board ship and sail to Cuba. It would be useless to try to maintain a foothold here. Spain would avenge it, and with the ampler means than mine, carry out the conquest of this country." A few minutes later, Roger, having said goodbye to Juan and Pedro, and told them that he might be absent for some time, started to Tezcuco. They had scarcely left the town when a canoe with 6 rowers issued from one of the canals and followed in their wake. "See, they are after us," Cuitcatl said, looking back. "Doubtless the Spanish quarters are closely watched, to see who enter and leave them, and the news that a tall young noble had entered was carried at once to the authorities, and the boat was got in readiness to follow when you left, and see who you were and where you were going. However, they will not overhaul us. I bade the officer in charge of the canoes last night to pick me out 4 of his best men, and in so light a boat we shall travel as fast as that behind us, although they have 2 extra hands." "Yes, and they have 4 sitters," Roger said, looking back. "No doubt they had orders to arrest you and bring you back. They did not reckon on our speed. The 2 extra men destroy their chances of coming up to us altogether. Row hard, men. I don't want that boat to overtake us." The paddlers redoubled their exertions, and the light boat almost flew along over the water. For a few minutes those in the canoe behind also did their utmost, but it was plain that they were falling behind rather than gaining. Then one of the officials stood up and shouted an order for them to stop. They were some distance behind, but the words could be plainly heard. The Tezcucans looked scared as they heard the words, "In the name of the Emperor." "Never mind them," Cuitcatl said. "We are acting under the orders of our king. Besides, we are so far away that they cannot be sure their words are heard. If they have any complaint to make, they can make it to Cacama, and he will answer them." The boat was soon out of hearing of its pursuer, who fell farther and farther behind, and was a good mile away when they landed at Tezcuco. "Run the boat up and lay her by the side of the others," Cuitcatl said to the rowers. "Then go at once to your homes, and say naught to anyone about the journey you have made. The officials will find out what they want to know as to whom we are, and will care nothing as to who were the individual boatman who rowed us. Still, it is as well to keep silent. Of course, Roger," for the lad had asked him to drop the second part of his name, "it will soon be known that you have returned here. With such numbers of persons in the palace, it cannot be hidden. Besides, you are well known by sight to most people in the town." "I quite see that, Cuitcatl, and perceive no good in trying in any way to conceal myself. These long legs of mine cannot be got rid of, and tell their story too plainly. However, it makes no difference. I shall be safe in the palace, and shall only go abroad in the daytime. They will not venture to try to carry off, openly, one known to be under Cacama's protection." Cacama, on their return, agreed with Roger that it was of no use to try to conceal his identity, and the lad, after washing the stains from his face and hands, took his accustomed place at the banquet, and was greeted by many of his former acquaintances. After the meal, Cacama told him that, having heard from Bathalda of the wonderful shooting he had made with his great bow, he was desirous of seeing it, and that by his orders the forester, who had been sent for the evening before by Cuitcatl, had been directing some of the artisans to manufacture a weapon of similar strength. "We will go and see how it is getting on," he said. Proceeding to the workshops attached to the palace, they found that the bow was finished. It was constructed of a very tough but elastic wood. 3 slips of this had been placed together and bound with sinews. Bathalda ran forward when he saw Roger, and taking his hand, carried it to his forehead. Roger shook the stout fellow's hand heartily. "He is a brave fellow," he said to Cuitcatl, who had accompanied them, "and fought manfully and well. Had he not guarded my back during the fight, I should not be here to tell the tale now." "We have made the bow according to our instructions," the head of the artisans said respectfully to the king, "but it does not seem to us possible that anyone can use it. 3 of us have tried to string it, but in vain." "It is a good bow," Roger said, examining it. "Do they shoot with weapons like that, over there?" Cacama asked, nodding in the direction of Mexico. "No," Roger said, For the most part they use crossbows, and their bows are much smaller than this. The English are the only people who use bows like this. They are our national weapons, and outside our island there are few, indeed, who can even bend them. As to the stringing, it is a knack rather than strength. See here," and taking the bow, which was just his own height, he placed his knee against it, bent it, and slipped the string into the notch with ease. Then, holding it at arm's length, he drew it till the string touched his ear. "It is a great deal stiffer than that I made before, Bathalda, and is about the strength of those we use at home. Now for the arrows." These had been made by another set of men, and were an inch or two over a yard in length, with copper tips. While he was examining them, Cacama had taken up the bow, but though a strong and vigorous man for his race, he could bend it but a very short distance. "It is a wonderful weapon," he said, "and I should not have thought that mortal man, whatever his color, could have used it. Now let us go down into the practice yard. Cuitcatl, do you fetch the queen and her ladies to look on." "I am no great marksman, Prince," Roger said. "I am, perhaps, somewhat better than an average shot, but I have seen marksmen who could do feats that I would not even attempt." They descended to the piece of ground where many of the young nobles were engaged in shooting and in practice with arms. Roger had often been there before, but had carefully abstained from taking any part in the mimic contests, for he knew that men who are beaten sometimes feel malice, and he was anxious to keep on the best terms with all. Cuitcatl had often urged him to try a bout with himself or others with the sword, but this too he had always declined, and his friend had supposed that he was aware his skill was by no means equal to his strength. But now the Spaniards had proved to the Mexicans the fighting powers of white men. Roger had no longer any reasons for hanging back. As soon as he was seen approaching with Cacama, the Mexicans abandoned their sport and gathered round. The story of the defeat of a band of Montezuma's soldiers by the white man had been whispered abroad, and Cuitcatl had mentioned to his friends what he had heard from Bathalda of the mighty bow Roger had used. But when they saw the weapon with which he was now provided, their wonder was to a large extent mingled with incredulity. They passed it from hand to hand, tried but in vain to bend it, and murmured among themselves that the thing was impossible. "What will you have for your mark?" Cacama asked. "One of these targets will do well enough," he said, pointing to those at which the Mexicans had been shooting. These were boards about 5 feet 6 in height and some 14 inches in width, presenting the size of a man. They were painted white and supported by a leg hinged behind them. The distance at which the Mexicans had been shooting was about 40 yards. Roger stepped 100 from one of them and made a mark upon the ground. "An English archer would laugh at a target like that," he said to Cacama, "but it is nigh 3 years since I practiced. I have seen men who could with certainty, at this distance, hit a bird the size of a pigeon, sitting on the top of that target 20 times in succession, and think it by no means extraordinary shooting." The queen and some of her ladies now appeared upon a terrace looking down into the courtyard. Roger took the bow, fitted an arrow to the string, and drew it to his ear, a murmur of astonishment rising from the Aztecs. There was a pause for a moment, and then the arrow sped. There was a sharp tap as it struck the target, and stood quivering in it, just in the center line, about 4 feet from the ground. "The bow is an excellent one," Roger said, and quickly discharged 2 more arrows, both of which struck within 2 or 3 inches of the first. As it was the power of the bow, rather than his own shooting, that Roger wished to exhibit, he now had the target removed 100 yards farther back, and others placed one on each side of it. At this distance he discharged 3 more arrows, shooting more carefully than before. All 3 struck the boards, although at varying heights, and a shout of surprise arose from the lookers on. "How far will it carry?" Cacama asked. "It might carry another 100 yards, but the aim cannot be depended upon at over 200 yards, even by good shots," Roger said. "Of course, the longer ranges are useful for firing at a body of men. I should say that large tree would be about the extreme range. If you will send 2 men down to it, I will see whether I can shoot as far. We should not see the arrow from here. Will you tell them to stand one on each side of the tree, but well away from it? There is no saying where the arrow may go, at this distance." When 2 or 3 of the attendants had taken their places, 20 or 30 yards from the tree, Roger drew the bow to the fullest, and, giving to the arrow the elevation he had been taught, as most suitable for an extreme range, unloosed the string. The arrow, which was of dark wood, glanced through the air. The eye could follow it only a short distance. No sound was heard this time, but in a few seconds the Mexicans were seen running towards the tree. "Do not touch the arrow," Cacama shouted, and then, followed by the crowd, for the numbers had greatly increased as the news of what was going on had spread through the palace, he walked forward to the tree. The massive stem was more than 4 feet in diameter, and within a few inches of the center, and at a height of 3 feet from the ground, the arrow was sticking. The Mexicans were silent with astonishment, mingled with a certain amount of awe, for shooting like this seemed to them to be supernatural. "And you said you were not a good shot," the king said. "It was a pure accident," Roger asserted. "I might shoot 20 arrows and not hit the tree again. I had not the least idea that I should do so. I only wished to show you how far a well-made bow could send an arrow when drawn by an Englishman." Cacama ordered the arrow to be left in the tree, and a large stone to be placed at the spot from which Roger had fired. "They shall remain," he said, "as a memento of this shot. I will introduce, among my people, the custom which you say prevails in your country, and every child shall be bound to practice daily with bows and arrows. I do not think that any of our race will ever come to use such a weapon as that, but they may at least learn to bend bows greatly stronger than those we are accustomed to use." "They will doubtless do so," Roger said. "It is a matter of practice, and of strengthening certain muscles of the right arm. For a man far stronger than I am would be unable to bend that bow, had he not been trained to its use from the earliest age. I should recommend, Prince, that you not only give the order you have spoken of, but institute a monthly gathering, with prizes for skill, and honors to the best marksmen. In this way, all would take an interest in the sport, and it would become as popular among your youth as it is with us." Again Roger's bow was passed round. It had seemed to bend so easily in his hands that those who had not tried it before could scarce credit its strength until they had handled it. But even the most powerful men found that they could only draw the arrow a few inches. As they walked towards the terrace, upon which the queen and her ladies were standing, Cuitcatl said, "I had intended to ask you, Roger, to try a bout of swordplay with some of us, but I will not do so now. After what we have seen of the strength of your arm, I should be sorry, indeed, to stand up against you, even with blunted weapons or with sticks, for there would be no resisting a downright blow." The news came to us of the terrible blows struck by the Spaniards, and how they clove through sword, helmet, and head. I scarce credited them before, but now I can well believe them to be true. "Well, Maclutha," Cacama said, "what think you of what you have seen? No wonder those who met with the white men in battle said that they had supernatural strength, and that even the sturdy Tlascalans could not resist them. We will have the bow hung up in the armory with a great gold chain, which shall be the reward of the first man who can, like our friend, draw the arrow to the head." "It is wonderful," the queen said, "and it would be well indeed if, as you say, the youth of Tezcuco could shoot like that." Amenche said nothing, but her cheeks were flushed with excitement and pleasure. That evening, when Cacama was conversing alone with Roger, he said, "My friend, you know that the Tlascalan caciques have given their daughters as wives to some of the Spaniards. I was talking to you of marriage last night, and what you said about your age was ridiculous. You are a man and a warrior. I now offer you the hand of my sister Amenche. She loves you, as Maclutha and I have seen for some time. From what you said, I gather that your religion would not regard the ceremony as binding, did she not accept your God. But I do not think she would raise any objection on that score, seeing, as we all do, that your God has proved more powerful than ours." Roger was struck with astonishment at the offer. He had regarded marriage as a matter not to be thought of for many years, and until lately he would have said that, if he ever did marry, it would be the little cousin who had, 3 years before, said goodbye to him at Plymouth. But of late he had felt the charm of this beautiful little princess, and since the night when she had come down to say farewell to him in the garden, and he had felt her hand tremble in his, and had seen a tear glisten on her cheek in the moonlight, he had thought a good deal of her. The chances of his ever returning to England were comparatively slight. Dangers of all kinds surrounded him. The Spaniards might be attacked and massacred at any moment, and if so, he would probably share their fate. If, however, he was married to this Mexican princess, and a brother-in-law of the King of Tezcuco, he would be regarded as one of the people. His position would be a high and honorable one, and although his life would be far different from that to which he had hitherto looked forward, it might be a very happy one. He sat in silence for 2 or 3 minutes after Cacama had ceased speaking, and then said, "Forgive me, Prince, for not responding at once to an offer so far above my deserts, and of the honor of which I am most deeply sensible. There could be no greater happiness for a man than to be the husband of one so fair, and in every way charming, as the Princess Amenche. But your offer came upon me altogether as a surprise. As I have told you, I have hitherto regarded myself as still a lad, and marriage as an event not to be thought of for years. But as you do not regard my youth as an objection, there is no reason why I should do so. It is of the future that I rather think. It seems to me now that I could be content to settle down for life here with so charming a wife. But I cannot say that I might always be of that mind. The love of country is strong in every man, and the time might come when, if opportunity offered, I might long to return home to England." "That I have talked over with the Queen, and with Amenche herself," Cacama said. "My sister, naturally, would be sorry to leave her own country, but if the time came that you should wish to return home, she would not hesitate to make the sacrifice, and to accompany you. A Mexican woman, when she loves, is ready to give up everything." For a moment, Roger turned the matter rapidly over in his mind, and saw that, even were he disposed to refuse Amenche's hand, which indeed he was not, it would be almost impossible for him to do so. It would be a deep offense to this friendly prince. It would be a cruel blow to the girl who had confessed her devotion for him. As to Dorothy, she would have deemed him dead years ago, and should he ever return, he would find that she had long since been married, for the daughters of the wealthy merchant, Diggory Beggs, would not want for suitors. He held out his hand to the prince. "I accept most gratefully your offer, Cacama, and promise that, as far as in me lies, I will do my best to render your sister happy, and to prove myself worthy of her choice." "I am heartily glad," the prince said warmly. "I love my sister, and I have watched you closely. I believe you to be worthy of her, and I am sure that in you I shall find, not only a friend and a brother, but a wise counselor and a valiant leader of my troops, and that, with your advice, I shall be able to advance my people in the arts of peace as well as war, and perhaps to win back my father's possessions." As to the question of religion, of which you spoke, there is indeed no difficulty. My grandfather, the great Nezahualcoyotl, the wisest and most powerful of our monarchs, did not believe in the Aztec gods. He built a great temple, which he dedicated to the unknown God. Here he worshipped himself, and did his utmost to induce his subjects to abandon the cruel worship of the Aztec gods. He forbade all sacrifices, even of animals, and permitted only flowers and sweet-scented perfumes to be offered up on the altars. When, after his death, the Aztec power increased, and that of Tezcuco diminished, the people again embraced the cruel faith of the Aztecs. Neither my father nor myself have been strong enough to set ourselves against the priests, but he, as well as I, believed that my grandfather was right, and that the unknown God is the ruler of the world. My sister has, of course, been educated by the priests, but she knows my father's opinions and my own. She has a horror of the human sacrifices, and believes that there must be a greater and better God than those who are said to delight in blood. So you need not fear that she will make any difficulty as to accepting what you tell her of the white man's God. Now I will fetch her in to you. I think it will be better to allow a short time to pass and to see how matters go in Mexico before announcing to others your approaching marriage. If any misfortune should happen to the Spaniards, I should at once publish the news and have the ceremony performed without loss of time, proclaiming to the people that, although white, you are not of the same race as the Spaniards. If matters go on well, Montezuma himself will doubtless be present at his niece's marriage, and I shall, of course, invite Malinzin and all his officers." The prince left the room, and in a few minutes returned with his wife, the latter leading Amenche by the hand. "My friend Roger Hawkshaw," the young king said gravely, "I hereby promise to bestow upon you the hand of my sister Amenche. May you find in her a good, loving, and obedient wife." "I, on my part," Roger said, taking the girl's hand, which the queen held out to him, "promise to be a true and loving husband to her." The girl, who had not raised her eyes since she entered the room, looked up at the tall figure with an expression of perfect confidence. "I will be true and obedient," she said softly, "and will love you all my life." "What do you do next, in your country?" Cacama asked with a smile. "This is how an engagement is sealed, with us," Roger said, and drawing the girl up to him, he stooped and kissed her lips. 3 days later, as Roger was sitting with Cuitcatl, an attendant entered, and said that the king wished to see them immediately. They hastened to the royal apartment. Cacama was walking up and down, with an angry frown upon his face, while the queen and princess were sitting on the couch, pale and agitated. "Strange news has come from Mexico," Cacama said. "The white men have seized Montezuma, and are holding him prisoner in their quarters. Did anyone ever hear of such an outrage? Mexico is in a state of consternation, but at present none know what to do." "It seems incredible," Roger exclaimed. "Are you sure of your news?" "Quite certain," the prince replied. The news was indeed true. Cortez had found his position unbearable. He believed that the attack upon the Spaniards on the coast, as well as the meditated treachery at Cholula, were the outcome of the emperor's orders. His native allies had heard rumors in the town that the bridges across the canals were all to be raised, in which case the Spaniards would be prisoners in their palace. He was in the Mexican capital, but he had as yet effected nothing towards the conquest of the country. At any moment he might hear of the landing of an expedition from Cuba, that his authority was revoked, and that another was to reap the benefit of all he had done. He therefore called a council of his most trusted officers, and discussed the situation with them. All agreed that some step must at once be taken. Some were in favor of starting that night, and making their way out of the city before a sufficient force could be collected to oppose their retreat, while others were of opinion that it were better to retire openly with the consent of Montezuma, whose conduct since they had reached the city appeared to be most friendly. Cortez pointed out that both these methods would be retreats, and the whole country would probably rise against them. Moreover, even if they reached the coast, they would have sacrificed all they had won by their valor and sufferings. He proposed a measure which astonished even his boldest companions, namely, that they should go to the royal palace and bring the emperor, by persuasion if possible, by force if necessary, to their quarters, and there hold him as a hostage for their safety. The proposal was agreed to, and on the following morning Cortez asked for an interview with the emperor, which was at once granted. He proceeded to the palace with his principal officers, ordering the soldiers to follow in groups of 2s and 3s, so as not to attract particular attention. Montezuma began to converse with his usual courtesy, but Cortez roughly cut him short, and charged him with being the author of the attack upon the garrison at the port. Montezuma indignantly denied this, and said that he would send at once and arrest the author of the attack. Cortez replied that it was necessary, for their safety, that Montezuma should come and reside among them. The emperor was thunderstruck at the proposal, but the soldiers crowded in, loud, and threatening words were used, and Montezuma, in fear of his life, gave way. Had he possessed any of the courage with which he was credited in his youth, he would have called his guards and nobles around him and died fighting. Having once given in, he assumed the air of having done so voluntarily, and ordered his litter to be brought. In the meantime his attendants and the nobles who had been present had spread the news through the city. The Mexicans, catching up their arms, ran to the rescue of their monarch, but the Spaniards closed round the litter, and, had a blow been struck, the emperor would doubtless have been murdered. Montezuma exhorted the people to be tranquil, assuring them that he was going willingly, and the Mexicans, accustomed to implicit obedience, and fearing that harm would come to the emperor if a struggle began, drew back and allowed the Spaniards to pass, and Montezuma was conveyed a prisoner into the palace occupied by the Spaniards. The act was one of almost unparalleled boldness, but as performed upon a monarch who was the host of his assailants, and with whom they were previously on the most friendly relations, it was an act of treachery, and reflects dishonor upon the fame of Cortez. At the same time, the position occupied by the Spaniards was so strange, and even desperate, as to palliate, though it cannot excuse, such a course of action. There is no reason to believe that Montezuma intended to act treacherously, but he was under the domination of the priests, and had he again changed his mind, as he had already several times done, nothing could have saved the Spaniards from absolute destruction. No honorable man would have acted as Cortez did, but Cortez was a rough soldier, and, moreover, firmly held the doctrine, at that time, and long afterwards held by the Spaniards in their dealing with those of other religions, that faith need not be kept with heretics and heathen. End of chapter 15.